And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
RS-68 chamber pressure looks good.
Traveling up. Roger, planet.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Fighting downside SPD off. Bring in SPD off. It's orange!
R25! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Décollage.
What is it?
Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
This methane will be igniting with the flare, correct?
Thanks. You good? Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Good morning. You are taking a live look at Space Launch Complex 40 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida, where history is about to be made as this pad sees 2 crew members lift off from it. The first time any crew has ever lifted off from this launch pad. I am Sawyer Rosenstein, and I will be your host for today's Crew-9 launch coverage, sending 2 astronauts to the International Space Station. I am seeing everyone in chat with the 5x5s that you can hear me, and we'll be here to answer all of your questions and take you through today's launch activities. I am, of course, not alone. I am joined by a fantastic team here today. Joining me on commentary, we have Mr. Adrian Bile. Adrian, how's it going?
And we have the usual the usual topics that we will probably talk about here: weather, crew, and I mean, it's Florida, right? It wouldn't be Florida if you don't have to watch some weather. So that's gonna be interesting.
Of course, and we will indeed talk about that. And for those who didn't hear, that was Mr. Adrian Bile joining me. Also joining me is Mr. Ryan Caton. Ryan, how's it going?
Good morning, Sawyer. What wonderful blue skies with just a little sputtering of clouds we've got at the moment. How will this change? I don't know, and it's almost impossible to predict during hurricane season, but we'll find out in approximately 4 hours' time. Oh, look, a bird.
We will definitely see, and we have a lot to talk about weather-wise, as you mentioned, with that hurricane there as well, impacting even today's launch date, pushing it to this launch attempt at 1:17 p.m. Eastern Time today. And of course, we have our fantastic Cape team out in the field. Starting on field commentary for us today is Miss Julia Bergeron. Julia, how's it going?
Good morning, Sawyer. I am well. I am excited for a crew launch, and I will be your field commentary for about the first hour, and then my friends Max and Dee will be joining you.
Speaking of, we have DUIs running cameras right now out for the crew walkout ahead of time, and also out there at the crew walkout for us is Mr. Max Evans. Max, how you doing there?
Alrighty, well, good morning, everybody. You join me and DYs out in the field just outside of Astronaut crew quarters, where we are waiting for astronauts astronaut Nick Hague and cosmonaut Aleksandr Gorbunov, where they are currently getting suited up, should be almost finished up by now, and getting ready to walk out of the crew quarters facility into their Tesla Model X vehicles and off to Slick 40 for the first time launching crew. Sun's beating down on I can't talk today. The sun is beating down on us, but it is actually very nice weather out here today. A whole bunch of media out here just outside of crew quarters, and we are all super excited to come to see crew walk out as always. A little bit different vibe this time though, because the last time we had 2 astronauts walking out of crew quarters was DM2 over 4 years ago. So the whole vibe around this whole mission has been much different compared to others, but we are excited and we are ready to see him come out. So fingers crossed.
Thank you, Max. I'm sure we'll be checking in with you and Dee again in just a little bit. And of course, we have Kevin Michael Reed and Jay Keegan helping out with the production of today's stream. So it is a full team effort here. And speaking of those two people that are getting ready to leave, you can see them on your screen right now in the suit up room at the operations and checkout facility at the Kennedy Space Center before they make their way out to Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Also there, you could see two people who were supposed to be flying on today's mission but are not. And instead, it will be the crew of two launching with two empty seats that will be used to bring Butch and Sunny back from the International Space Station. You may recall who launched on the Boeing Starliner crew flight test. Well, with the suit up underway, Adrian, do you mind giving us a little bit of a rundown on what we can expect for today's mission?
Absolutely. I mean, at this point, you have seen a crew launch to space, I hope, before. I hope with NSF as well. This is, of course, the SpaceX Crew-9 mission, the 9 here indicating that this is the indeed 9th rotation or the 9th flight that SpaceX performs as part of their commercial crew contract in their main missions. And this mission today will, of course, launch these two wonderful astronauts to space, hopefully, in 4 hours and 3 minutes. The booster for today's mission is B1085, which will conduct its second flight today on today's mission. This first flight was on a Starlink mission, a rare Starlink debut booster with Starlink Group 10-5 on August 20, where that booster flew for the first time. So they're using a bit of a flight-proven path here, where they fly it once and then see how it goes. In fashion of these newer crew missions, we now have a landing zone 1 landing for this booster, which is also an interesting part of this. And we have the Crew Dragon Freedom that will support today's mission. That will be the 4th flight of Freedom, if I'm not mistaken, after the SpaceX Crew-4 mission, the Axiom Mission 2, the Axiom Mission 3. So that's your hardware for today's mission. Of course, we have 4 hours and 2 more minutes until that happens. And remember, for everybody, today's mission is an instantaneous launch window. That comes down to orbital mechanics and the exact placement of the ISS to the rocket. So they don't have really a lot of wiggle room and window. So the exact second they want to launch today is 1:17 and 21 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. That's where the Falcon 9 right now will target liftoff. Once the crews are at the rocket and are strapped into their seats at Dragon, the crews will then close the hatch, depart the launch pad, and then we will see the usual Falcon 9 countdown as SpaceX will load with the astronauts on top already. And then hopefully we will see liftoff at the targeted time. How's that for an overview?
I would say that's a pretty darn good overview there. And as you can see, though, right now, it looks like there's blue skies there. But Julia, how's the weather looking?
Well, the weather is back to being our typical humid Florida. I think that would be the key item for today is it is humid, but it is bright and sunny with just a few wispy clouds at the moment. So here's to hoping that Florida does not Florida and bring any evening storms our way. But for now, we're looking good.
Right. And Ryan, I think one of the other concerns that we're watching, though, is this mission already got delayed by Hurricane Helene. It still has some potential impact, right?
Yeah, because Hurricane Helene was massive. Slash is massive. Technically a tropical depression now, I believe, but it leaves remnants, all the way up the northeastern seaboard of the United States, which, as it turns out, is the trajectory for this mission. This is launching to the International Space Station, a 51.6-degree inclination, which basically perfectly as closely follows the northeast seaboard as you could without flying over land. So the different areas, the different zones for the abort contingencies, if they're needed, you'll hear them calling them out like 1 Alpha, 2 Alpha on the radio as they launch. They obviously need a good sea state and good weather in order to abort into those zones. And if it's stormy, if it's windy, if there's poor weather in those zones, in the event that they need to abort, they're going to have a very bad day. So we not only need good weather in Florida, we need good weather all the way up through the different abort zones, all the way up to Shannon Island. So it's not the same as Polaris Dawn a few weeks ago, because they can use the ISS as their safe haven, but they're still restricted in the sense they need good weather all the way up the launch corridor.
Right. It's as of the last update from the 45th Weather Squadron at Space Launch Delta 45, the forecast is currently 55% favorable, which I know we like it higher than that usually, but it is currently 55%. And one of the concerns is that abort downrange weather, as mentioned, the Ascent corridor weather is moderate. And the main concerns, by the way, for today's liftoff from the Cape side is the cumulus cloud rule, flight through precipitation, and the surface electric field rule for the potential of those Florida afternoon storms. I
And
know
I
I hate to bring it up. I'm sorry, but I had to mention it.
Absolutely. And I also want to quickly agree that these 55% is actually only watching the main weather constraints, which are the ones you just mentioned. The additional risk criteria, of which Ascent corridor weather is also in, are not even in the probability of violating included in their calculation. So while the chance of no violation of the primary weather concerns here is 55%, we do not have like a good number to put on what are the additional risk criteria and how the polling there looks like. So that's going to be an interesting one over the flight here, because again, as you said before, we expect that to be one of the main problematic or interesting viewpoints here.
Yeah, that is going to be certainly a watch point throughout the countdown today. I do want to take a minute to just thank some people really quickly for their support. Elizabeth Hopner, before the stream even started, with the $100 super chat. Not even a message, just very, very kind support. Thank you so much. It's because of that that we can have such an amazing team out and about at the Cape today to bring this to you. We also have Flippers79 saying missing a zero, but there's something for the electric/internet bill. Also went NSF bobbleheads. Yes.
No.
Don't get it
Oh
because I'm
my.
bobbling my head like yes.
I love how one person says yes, and like I already see two no. No
I'm mulling
bobbleheads.
over the concept, actually. I mean, a collector's series.
No.
No.
Fine, then read Flipper9's next question for me. How about that? There you go. It's on screen for you.
Thank you. You're being the expert here. If they moved some things around, how many how many skulls can fit in a dragon with 2 crew? I would have to do it. I'm glad you all have fun.
No, Adrian, you don't understand the question. He didn't ask how many skulls, he asked how many squirrels. There's a very clear, distinct difference there.
I'm glad you're having fun.
Sorry, I had to do it.
I will all make you speak German at some point. And then we will see how this turns.
There we go. Thank you. Patrick Scott, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. Dan, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. And then Isaac Chapman, thank you for gifting 10 Red Team memberships. All right, I'll ask you a legitimate question then, Adrian. How about this?
Yes.
Considering you can see there the Russian flag on the arm there of cosmonaut Aleksandr Gorbunov, why is it that when they had to rearrange all of the crew, they chose to keep one Russian crew member and not another American?
So there is, of course, this ongoing agreement between NASA and Roscosmos to constantly trade seats with each other. So you have seen Americans, of course, fly on Soyuz. You have also you're now seeing a Russian flying on a Crew Dragon. We have seen that before, and that is an ongoing agreement between both parties to basically involve the other on these seat exchanges. And to not break that, as that is a standing agreement, that was part of the kind of non-negotiable parts of the crew. So that's why he is included in this crew, and that selection was made. To basically satisfy this agreement with both parties.
There we go. And again, you could see you've got the NASA support team there. You have someone from Roscosmos as well that Alexander is talking to at the moment. And we like to call those the pad ninjas there in the black suits with the numbers that all have a specific role in helping to get the crew ready. Not only inside the operations checkout facility, there are also team members known as the advanced team that are already out at Space Launch Complex 40, making sure Dragon is ready for the crew to enter as soon as they get there. And there we can see Alexander.
We're closing into card games, right?
We are.
Potentially.
And I did see a question here from someone. And Julia, I'll have you answer this one if you don't mind. Soul Production saying, will we see the Astronaut card game with those traditions? And it looks like yes. So what is this card game tradition?
Well, this card game tradition, according to the article I did some research on, as well as some personal information from astronauts, nobody knows who started this tradition, by the way. But the tradition is that each crew member gets 5 cards. The person with the lowest card total loses. They cannot leave for the launch pad until the crew's commander loses. So, with that being said, you're leaving all of your bad luck on the ground, and that is kind of the premise of this game.
Thank you for that, Julia. I even learned some from that. And again,
No
today's
problem. It's a very simple, can do it, while you're suited up kind of thing, but one of those little things that we do before launch.
yes, and today's commander is Nick Hague. He will be taking the commander role, originally scheduled to be the pilot on this mission. Aleksandr Gorbunov remaining as Mission Specialist 1, MS1.
I love always that if you ask a lot of people, they will tell you they're not superstitious. But then you have these kind of rituals where everybody's like, yeah, but do I want to risk it? Like, it's always a funny thing. I always imagine this to be quite funny, where you're really arguing, no, I'm not superstitious. It's not happening. Everything is good. But then you're about to go to space, and you're like,
Yeah.
maybe not risk it.
And as far as I know, there are still roses delivered to Mission Control in Houston for every crew launch. So, I mean, things are things, and we still do the things.
Yeah, they're probably still a little stitious then if they're not superstitious. Oh, come on, it'd been too
Ding,
long
ding, ding,
already
ding,
without a pun.
ding.
Yeah.
And I have my curiosities about what, with this new pad being christened for crew, what traditions will carry on to Launch Complex 40? Will there be a phone? Will they sign the wall? I have questions.
Oh, yeah. Like, do they have all of that infrastructure in place? Right? Like, did they put it there?
I don't know, and that's something we'll get to look forward to. And even though I won't be on stream with you and during necessarily those moments, I'll be tuning in with y'all so I can find out myself.
You're right. That's actually really, really interesting. I'm really curious what will change in the process.
My guess is that they'll be signing at least the wall of the white room.
Yeah.
Right.
Especially as the first
Like,
ones.
perhaps there'll be the same idea with a NASA logo and, a SpaceX logo to kind of differentiate crew for NASA and private crews, but we'll see.
I'm not 100% sure because I think maybe SpaceX or NASA, one of them at least put out imagery from their dry dress rehearsal, which is when they, the other day when they went up to the spacecraft, did everything, made sure that, basically did a rehearsal but kept it dry, which means they didn't put any fuel on board. And I only remember seeing a SpaceX logo. Alex is probably going to be like, well, actually, there's a different logo somewhere else, but we'll just have to wait and see. Maybe there's stuck a NASA logo up there as well.
That was a very good imitation of Alex.
Yeah, I do that. I'm available for hire to do that, everybody.
Alex pointing out, by the way, that the logo is on the tower, not the crew access arm.
I knew he'd have something to say. I predicted it.
And
You cannot say something like not fully accurate and then predict that Alex will correct it.
So on that note, chat, say good morning to Alex. He's
Yeah,
keeping
Alex,
us
by the
honest
way.
in the back channel.
Yeah, he's humbling us with facts.
There we go. You also saw them testing all of the suit pressures, where they had the visors locked and closed, inflated them, and made sure that there were no leaks. And we have confirmation that suit leak checks is complete. Nice little thumbs up there.
Also what I do with my football team at the beginning of the season. I check which league they're in. It's a league check.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you.
Outdoorsman Show asking, is this the first time there's been a Russian piloting an American vehicle? They are not technically piloting it, even though they are in the pilot's seat. But Ryan, I don't think that's ever happened, has it?
No, so as I said in our, when NASA announced that Butch and Sonny wouldn't be coming home on Starliner, we did one of our quick release videos. I said in that video, we think that Gorbunov is going to be piloting, which would make him the first Russian to pilot an American spacecraft. But technically he's not. He's remaining as a mission specialist. However, if he assumes the same seat he took during the dry dress rehearsal, he will be sitting in the pilot's seat in Crew-Dragon. So he'll be in the pilot's seat, but technically a mission specialist, which leads me to suspect, I believe he probably is going to be taking on the pilot's responsibilities. However, for whatever reason, officially, he's going to remain a mission specialist. Maybe this is NASA or the US government not wanting the press of a Russian cosmonaut piloting an American spacecraft, especially in today's geopolitical climate. I don't know, that's just a guess, but that's what's physically happening.
Exactly. And I did get to interview Aleksandr Gorbunov before they had announced the crew switch, and he did say that his main role is that, yes, he's gone through cosmonaut training. He's gone through the basic training that everyone goes through that flies aboard the SpaceX capsule and the NASA training. But his main role is kind of just to sit back and be there to assist if needed. We'll see if that changes now that he's in the pilot seat. And you can actually read about that interview that I did with Gorbunov on nasaspaceflight.com.
I think you can also, like, it's gonna be interesting how the roles will be if they come back, right? Like, once they come back. Because they, of course, will have Butch and Sonny with them. So,
Oh yeah,
will
they'll have 3 mission specialists, won't they?
yeah, or will one of them take the pilot role?
Ooh, that is a very good question. I don't know.
I'm
What does chat think?
So I think I will just I'm joining chat here and speculating if that's okay.
Sure.
I think Commander will stay Commander because I think they won't change that. That would feel, I think, weird. But I could see the Commander of Starliner become the pilot
Same.
potentially.
I'm with you.
So
I
that would
think that's
be
certainly
Butch,
an
right?
eventuality.
Yeah, that would be Butch. Butch would then be pilot of the flight back, and Sonny would become still be mission specialist.
That's something we'll have to see. And again, Sonny was one of the original 4 astronauts chosen as part of the whole commercial crew program flight. When I spoke to her in 2015 when they made the announcement, they had yet to assign vehicles. And I know that she said she would be ready to train on both of them. And she has previously trained on Crew Dragon before getting the whole Starliner role. So that is something that we will have to see. Getting those final handshakes there before hopefully they go off and play the card game that we were just talking about.
Yeah, you're also getting into a weird territory with both of them because they will ramping up their how many spacecraft have you fly on statistics quite rapidly, right?
Yeah,
Because yeah,
that's a good point. And again, that's Butch and Sonny have flown before. They have flown on other vehicles prior to Starliner, Soyuz as well. Now coming back on Crew Dragon, so getting some rare time there. And you could see, I believe, that is Shannon, the namesake of the SpaceX recovery vessel there, ready to play the card game with what looks like specialized Crew-9 logo cards.
that's cool.
Well, that's fancy. Had I had somebody with me at the press site today, I actually was bringing a set of cards so we could play along, but mine weren't as cool.
I'm sorry I didn't get to join you, but I promise we will do that card game one day.
We will.
All right, let's see. Some
Also-
people saying that they might have 2 commanders potentially.
Yeah, also addressing the fact that about the ISS roles. The ISS roles are not related to the roles they will take during flight. There are also roles on the ISS. For example, a person becomes an ISS commander, but that's not necessarily the same thing that they take on their flight. There's the role that you have on the ISS, there's the role that you have during flight.
Exactly. And all astronauts that go to the space station receive a lot of training for while they're on board the station to basically be able to take command versus how much training time they actually spend in a SpaceX Crew-9 / Boeing Starliner trainer.
It looks like that's a lot. It's a complicated card game, apparently, if they're still explaining rules.
Yeah. We'll have to see who wins. In the meantime, while they do that, we can take a couple more questions. Johan M. asking, could they fly without a pilot? Ryan?
Well, technically they are, officially. So, in 3 hours and 43 minutes time and 24 seconds, we'll find out.
That is very true. Because, Adrian, we've seen this vehicle fly autonomously.
It's mostly autonomous. Like I know there's a role of there's also this contingency plan of in theory they could be able to steer it, but honestly, Dragon is a mostly autonomous vehicle. It's not like there's a pilot steering this vehicle to the ISS. These are all pre-planned burns and pre-planned maneuvers that are just executed by the software, and then they're more like controlling it. Not controlling, what's the supervising it? Is that the word?
I think that watching over the systems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're there just in case. Very, very unlikely scenario
no, it's
that the software doesn't do its job.
It's the shuffle that makes the card go denty.
But it's guaranteed to be shuffled. Again, like Julia was saying, keep that bad luck on the ground.
Yeah, but don't do that. That makes the cards have this weird twist in them.
Let's see.
I hate to tell you how I shuffle too. So
how I shuffle.
Yes, don't play.
I remember that when I was playing Yu-Gi-Oh cards, you would never do that because it would result in dented cards.
Different.
That's different. Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, never. But playing cards, yes. All right, let's see. So we had Aleksandr cut the cards.
Monitoring. That's the word I searched for.
That is.
I would say that Aleksandr is probably being treated like a rookie, and back in the day, this was a surprise to rookie astronauts. So perhaps that's why there was a bit of a delay in explaining it. He just wasn't expecting it.
Yeah, we will talk about both of their astronaut histories in a bit, but yes, this is Aleksandr Gorbunov's first flight into space. Nick Hague, a seasoned veteran. That was fast. Already a 3. That looked like the lowest card.
Yep, I think that was that's it.
You could even see Shannon there checking her watch. Shannon Walker. Wow, that was quick.
That's the rule explanation took 20 more times than the actual game.
And yep, we saw this from I believe it was during Crew-8. It took forever for them to finally get a win.
Yep.
Yeah, we thought they were going to miss their instantaneous launch window for a second there because they're still playing cards.
That would be a funny delay.
It has come close. I've talked to some shuttle astronauts where it was getting really close and they were watching the clock of, we need to get you out there.
They need to have a default game that always loses at some point. Okay, you have to lose now.
Yeah. Speaking of out there with the card game complete, I know we have our team ready for the walkout coming up next. And I believe we have Max Evans out there. We'll see if we can get an update from Max out at the Operations and Checkout Facility, the Kennedy Space Center outside of
I really wish we had a view into their card game right now. I've always wanted to see that and how the atmosphere is inside. We've been inside once before. But we're getting close. We're getting really close. And all media, everyone here in the press pool is starting to get more focused, get all their cameras ready, getting in their final positions. Clouds are coming over, lights nice and soft, cooled down a little bit. VIPs are here. Everyone's getting ready. We're under 10 minutes away, hopefully. I think last I heard walkout was at 9:47 our time. That could move left or right by a few minutes. We'll have to wait and see. But we're getting really close. We're getting really close.
All the excitement already, Max. Thank you. All
Love
right.
these check-ins with Max.
Oh, me too. And we'll be continuing to check in with Max and D throughout the stream as well.
There's the door.
Yes, that is the famous door. You could also see the mission stickers all around it from the different crews. And there is a good look at the Teslas that they will be riding. Adrian, what's the deal with the Teslas? How does that system work?
What? Sorry, what system do you mean exactly?
How does the I mean, we're so used to seeing the Astrovan for NASA astronauts and things like that, and now we have Teslas.
Yeah, I mean, it's space. It's SpaceX after all, right? And of course, the they have some relation with Tesla, I heard, especially with a certain founder. So yeah, they opted for letting Tesla provide the vehicles for the transport, as you can see here. Usually since they are Model X usually, and that helps with the Falcon doors, like the wing doors that are opening and helping them to get in there. So that's what they use, and yeah, they have, I think, since demo, like that has been since demo 2, right? So
Yep.
it has
Although
been
they've changed
ongoing.
the colors of the Teslas. They were originally the white ones. Now we have the black ones,
Yep,
Well,
there it
those
is.
are slick.
and also the number plate there, ready for it. Wonder the meaning behind that one, because normally they'll have a nod to the mission number on that, but this is again Crew-9, and you can see their vehicle that they'll be driving out to on the right side there, the Crew Dragon Freedom over at Space Launch Complex 40 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station.
I love the arrows with this way to space.
That is brilliant. In case you forgot.
It's like, oh, we drove wrong. Sorry.
Although, shouldn't it technically be pointing upward?
I mean, yeah. I mean, technically, if you go that direction long enough, you're also at space. That's
There
a good
you go.
thing. I guess technically every arrow points to space, right?
Yeah, I guess technically.
So, kind of.
And look at the art on the walls inside the operations checkout facility. Absolutely beautiful.
That art there is on fire.
Very good.
Thank you. But looks fancy.
It does. By the way, just pointing out, you can see all of the shuttle mission patches up there as well, besides all of the ones for these particular crew missions. You can see around the NASA logo. Let's see. It's the STS-127. Bunch of those missions.
Never mind.
And there is...
Oh, it's Bill Nelson.
Yes, NASA administrator.
No wonder I mean, I would, if I was a camera operator, screw the door. I'm looking at Bill Nelson.
There
You know
go.
what? I have a fun fact about art in hallways.
Ooh.
If you ever get the chance to walk the halls of the Launch Control Center adjacent to the VAB here at Kennedy Space Center, you will find the children's art that actually would go along with each of the space shuttle missions, which was yet another pre-launch tradition to keep the family occupied as mom or dad were going to the pad.
Well, there you go. That's actually a really cool fact.
They're still there, and I think that's very special.
That is very special indeed. And again, hopefully we will see the crew walking down that hallway very shortly. If the camera moves around or is jumpy like that, that's the way NASA is sending it to us. So apologies if there's any of that early morning wake you up with the shaky cam.
They're going to need a bigger door soon, because they're running out of space for all these patches.
That is true. They also had them on the foot of the seats that they were in as they were getting suited up and leak checked.
Yeah.
So Johan asking Julia, officially, is this a KSC or Cape Canaveral Space Force Station launch technically? And as one of the history people, this is historic.
This is historic. It is the second time since Apollo that Crew has launched from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. So in this case, it is a launch from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, a NASA mission, and as always, in partnership with the 45th Space Wing and the assets that come along with range on that side. So the route is a little bit different for the crew. They're actually going to be passing by Launch Complex 39, which is kind of cool, isn't it?
It's
Oh,
a bit
I
unusual,
just
yeah.
had a thought. Do we know for sure what the route is? Will they come past us here at the press site, or will they go over the NASA Causeway?
I would hope that they
Huh.
would drive by the press site, as has been tradition for decades.
I really hope so, but the shorter route is actually over the NASA Causeway.
It is
Huh.
true. They're already on that causeway, essentially.
There comes the
Um,
crew.
so with that being said, we'll see when the fiber feed shows us, and I'll know whether or not the helicopters come my way.
Yes, see all the signatures there. It looks like from people that helped work on the Crew-9 mission inside of that elevator, the crew on their way down.
You
I
could say
say
that
it
that
every
elevator
time.
is good.
I say it every time, but we need like a security cam inside of that lift. We just do, because now we've got to sit here in suspense and wait for them to open the door.
What if you were that person who happens to be on a different level that accidentally pushed the button and they had to
That would
stop?
be unfortunate.
That's so embarrassing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's some restrictions in place so that doesn't happen. I would hope, at least.
You could argue that technically this elevator is for a longer period of time the last time they actually go down in altitude.
That is true, considering the ride up to the crew access arm. You can see the Teslas there powering up. And we are now 3.5 hours away from the scheduled liftoff time. Coming up 3 hours, 32 minutes until launch of the crew, Nick Hague and Aleksandr Gorbunov, as they get ready to head into their Teslas and head out to the launch pad. We'll go more into depth into our crew members once they are on their way to the pad and answer all of your questions about them, because they are both very interesting and there's some little fun facts along the way too. Let's see. Here's a good question also. Adrian, why are all ISS launches instantaneous when they chase the station for up to 36 hours? Is there any wiggle room?
So it depends a bit on vehicles. There are some vehicles, to my knowledge, that had some wiggle room, and where we had some windows, but it usually is coming down to very specific orbital requirements. The ISS tends to still be very farly away, and you're chasing a certain, like, very, very, very specific point. And again, it's a very pre-planned profile, so that's why they go for an instantaneous launch window. I would argue that there's probably a way to extend that if they really wanted to, and maybe have some ability to adjust that profile. But again, why would you, right? Why would you start to tinker around a better profile in space and start to think about how can you adjust that if you can just pre-plan it with this single maneuver that gets you exactly where you need to be a few hours later for docking.
Exactly. And also worth noting that the Crew Dragon is a lot roomier and more spacious than a Soyuz capsule. So in Soyuz, if you want to get out of there as quick as possible, with Crew Dragon, it's not as bad to hang out in there for a day and a half, considering the Polaris Dawn mission that just came back after over 6 days in space.
I mean, you also have these all kinds of different approach profiles, right? We have the 24 hours, we have the 8 hours. There's so many different things how you can get to the ISS. It comes also down to mission requirements. It comes down to so many little factors in the end that then determine what you're exactly doing in your mission. There they are.
Here we go. Nick Hague and Aleksandr Gorbunov on their way out of the operations and checkout facility and on their way to Crew Dragon. Listen in and see if we can hear them say anything. Now getting a chance to say one last farewell to their families waiting for them out there too. always such a special moment getting to see them say their final messages to family before heading off for 5 months into
This is
space.
Core on countdown. T-minus 3:30. Crew walkout commenced.
Core is the equivalent of Capcom for SpaceX. Crew Operations and Resources Engineer.
You see Bill Nelson on the right side over there as well.
You can see all the people that have come out to watch them. It's not as many as usual. This is the middle of a work day, but still getting a proper farewell.
Why aren't there soldiers, Sawyer?
This is the KSC security there. This is a government facility. This is always interesting when you have crew launching on board any vehicle. The safety of the crew is paramount, and I guess it's just an added safety measure. And if nothing else,
That's
it looks
correct. Yep. We have security forces, police forces, and SWAT teams here at KSC with their own on-site training facilities.
right. I mean, at the press site, anytime we need to go near the rocket, there's usually some procedures that are done to check all of us and our gear before we head out.
Interesting note that they haven't added the new Starlink mini dishes we saw on the Polaris Dawn Teslas onto the Crew-9 Teslas.
No, and it doesn't appear that there's any rear-facing cameras. We did see one dash cam, but none of them facing towards the astronaut faces.
Yeah.
Now, Julie, do we know if they get to like listen to music or anything on the way?
They do if they wish to. Astronauts in the past have made playlists, or SpaceX has made a playlist for them. Occasionally, those are published, so it is worth looking on either NASA or SpaceX's blog to see if they have one published today.
Yes. We will have to see if there's any playlist on the way. If not, I'm interested to see what chat would put on their rollout to the pad playlist. What's one song that you would play before you head out to space for the first time, or in case of Nick Hague, a couple times?
That's a good question.
The important questions we ask here at NSF. And also interesting, this time the crew only in one Tesla, considering that this is a crew of 2. Normally it is a crew of 4.
Something I'm trying to predict is the direction they'll go. At the moment, the helicopters are kind of hovering near the north of the ONC building, which leads me to suspect they'll be going north up to the VAB and then across, but we'll just have to wait and see.
And Alex reassured me in the back channel that during dry dress rehearsal, this is the direction they came past the VAB. So I'll be heading down toward the road because I have a feeling there's astronauts to wave to.
Oh, we are absolutely going to make sure that you get the wave out to them. Let's see. Saw some people saying Space Oddity. Someone saying the NSF intro.
That would be fun.
Aces High by Iron Maiden. Don't Stop Me Now by Queen. Of course, Final Countdown. Rocket Man. The original soundtrack to Apollo 13. Some good choices in there.
Like Danger Zone.
Ooh, little Kenny Loggins.
Ooh.
Nice.
That is one of my favorite hype songs.
Here they go.
Starman. All right, and the crew is now on their way. You can hear everyone saying goodbye with all the cheers. The crew now heading out to their vehicle. The 1085 Crew Dragon Freedom, Base Launch Complex 40, the first time crew will ever launch.
This is Core
on
on
that
countdown. T-minus 3 hours 25 minutes. Crew have departed the ONC on time.
That's what we want to hear. Everything is on time and on schedule up to this point. They now head out. So while the crew is on their way, Ryan, do you mind telling us a little bit about who these crew members are and a little bit about their history.
Indeed. So let's kick things off with the mission specialist for today. This is Aleksandr Gorbunov. This will be his first flight into space. He is a rookie for Crew-9. His day job, should I say, is being a lieutenant in the Russian Air Force as a reserve. However, he has previously worked as a design engineer for Energia, which is one of the big aerospace manufacturers in Russia. And he was selected in the 17th cosmonaut group back in 2018, so he's been waiting a few years to fly, but it's not been that long of a wait. It's only been 6 years, and he'll finally be able to get up into space today in just over 3 hours' time. Fingers crossed. And next, we will have the commander. It's going to be a very short one today, ladies and gents. We'll have the commander, Nick Hague. This is going to be his third flight, second into space, technically. Let's get on to that. He has spent 202 days in space. He's done 3 EVAs. His day job is a colonel in the US Space Force, I believe. He'll also be the first Space Force Guardian to fly into space, which is exciting. And this is going to be his second flight with only one crewmate, because, of course, he was the flight engineer on Soyuz MS-10, which suffered an abort shortly into flight back in 2018. Which means he never actually made it into orbit on that flight, but he did fly again on Soyuz MS-12 alongside his original commander Alexei Ovchinin and alongside Flight Engineer 2 Christina Cook, who is actually assigned to Artemis 2 right now, which is very exciting indeed. And this will be his first time commanding a spacecraft. So back in his previous 2 flights, Soyuz MS-10 and Soyuz MS-12, he was Flight Engineer 1. However, this time around, he has stepped up from pilot to the commander's seat and will be taking charge of Crew Dragon.
There we go. I'm really looking forward here to now observe where they are going, because we are now in, of course, new territory, right, Ryan? It's we are now observing what path will they take, which road will they take, and also they are driving in the middle of the road.
Yeah, I believe they have taken the right turn onto Kennedy Parkway, so they are heading north up to the VAB at the moment. So I'm pretty sure this will be a very similar route we saw with the Boeing crew flight test with Butch and Sonny, where their rebadged Mercedes Sprinter van they were in the back of, that drove all the way up to the VAB, across the 39A, and then down the beach to Space Launch Complex 41. Take that route, but just keep on going past the Astronaut Beach House, then take the right, you'll be at Space Launch Complex 40.
Thanks
and
for the
if you reach
navigation.
37, you've gone too far.
Yep.
There we go. Also, the whoever was on the tour bus on the other side happened to get quite the view.
Yeah, that's good timing by all the people in that bus.
Oh, I know they planned it that way intentionally.
Oh no, we have to park here for a moment.
And actually, I take my earlier statement back. It looks like they do have a Starlink dish on the back of the lead Tesla.
Ah, that is the one that I believe has the dash camera in front of it. That would explain it.
Huh.
Although we're not quite seeing that view at the moment. Yes, they are continuing down the parkway there.
Somebody will be angry right now, like, do they even need wireless connection now for the 5-minute drive?
Well, this one's a little longer than 5 minutes now, but yeah. So I would say
true.
yes. And again, they are not stopping at 39A. They are going around it. We'll see if they turn on the dash camera. I doubt it, as they go by 39A and where the Starship Tower is. That would be quite cool.
I'm always excited when these kind of things happens, because there's also a chance that the camera pans to something we want to see, like a area we want to observe, and we're like can spot something else on the Cape. That's always a nice bonus of these.
Yeah,
Note
these
to
two
self,
Delta
I'm
helicopters are doing a free flyover right now.
turning my badge around in case I'm on said dash cam.
You said free flyover, but we have a free flyover. The most recent Kennedy Space Center flyover actually just released this week. So if you want to see all the latest of the updates going on around KSC, the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, take a look at Roberts Road, the port, all of that, check it out here on the channel.
Yep.
And I think they've been spotted for the top of the VAB now, so They'll be coming up on the press site very shortly.
Yes, you can
Yep.
always tell when they're coming based off of the helicopter getting closer.
Yep, the helicopter is right in front of me now.
I'm kind of happy that they stopped going into the middle of the. Never mind.
And the lead car has turned the corner toward the VAB.
All right. And again, there's a little bit of a presence beforehand and after. There's a nice long line. So now
They
they will be
didn't
making
use
that slight right.
they didn't use their indicators before changing the lanes. I'm just saying.
They're getting a police escort, Adrian. They can have some leniency in some places.
Is it a police escort or a police chase at this point then that they haven't used their signal?
They're on their way to us now.
You can hear the chopper through Julia's mic. We'll keep an eye out for Julia, see if we can wave as they pass by the press site momentarily.
I was saying they're out of blinker fluid.
And there we go. Passing by the cafeteria, OSB 2, which is where it looks like this camera is from, which is a building right near the press site and the VAB. And it's usually home to the VIPs to get to watch the launches.
Looks like we're going to get a nice zoom out to the VAB.
And you can see the people
There it
there
is.
at the edge of the press site parking lot.
Something is parked there, like a. You see that
And we
tank there?
indeed got a wave from Nick.
Awesome.
The good luck wave.
We like the good luck waves.
Yes, the crew now running parallel, you see there, to the VAB and are now about to run parallel to the crawler way, which is used by the NASA
Such a
crawler
cool shot.
transport. Oh, it is so
I
cool.
will refrain from commenting on any pricing on this shot right now on certain hardware.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm not sure we could convince DAS to budget this for our stream, but luckily enough, NASA is kind enough to give us access to their feeds at the Kennedy Space Center press site. So
Exactly. Again, the crawler way there, you can see the rocks that have been crushed by the heavy crawler transporter.
There's also this problem of this pesky NOTAM that is up, right? That you cannot fly there anymore.
And then it's a no drone zone, yes. You can see the special river rock, by the way, that they use that goes multiple feet down to deal with the compression of a giant crawler going on it. Although
always
it is
forget
no
which
longer
state.
used. It's no longer used to 39A though, just to 39B.
Which state was it again where that river rock is from?
Alabama, I think.
Alabama?
Is it? Yes. I knew it was something with A, so there we go.
Yes, and you could see NASA security bird up in the air there as it goes right by the Starship Tower at 39A. I love this. While we have a moment as the crew continues to ride out, I do want to thank some people here. Jerwa with the $100 tip from tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Another awesome way to support us. Thank you. Saying this space intentionally left blank. Well, but if you type there, then it's not blank, is it?
Well, for some definition.
There you go. We also have Richard. Thank you for becoming a Padrat member. Mitsuo Level, thank you for gifting 1 Red Team membership. Jerwa coming in again with 20 gifted Red Team memberships. Holy cow,
This is Core
Jerwa.
on countdown. T-minus 3 hours, 15 minutes. Advanced team is complete with their actions and ready for crew arrival.
There we go. The crew at the pad ahead of time. Sounds like completing all of their tasks and are ready for the crew to arrive as they pass by the LC-39 viewing gantry. And Shay, thank you as well for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. So kind of everyone. Now, this is a little weird, Adrian, as they get ready to go by 39A, but not stop at 39A, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like you could almost tell your navigation system it's a bit off, but that's the road, we promise. The driver knows the way. And going to pad 40, of course, for this one, because as we've said before, this launch will not launch from 39A, but from pad 40 instead, and debut that nice new crew launch tower.
Well, that's actually a good question, Ryan. Why? What would be the benefits to launching from 40 here and not 39A?
Well, the benefit is that Launch Complex 40 is actually currently capable of launching a Falcon 9. 39A is in the midst of a conversion to Falcon Heavy, as it needs to support the Europa Clipper mission, very important planetary science mission in October. So 39A, like physically, right now, can't support a Falcon 9. Only Slick 40 can.
Yeah, it's very important to note that it takes turnaround time, and the next Falcon Heavy, which is likely inside that hangar that we just saw there, the horizontal integration facility, is for Europa Clipper. And that is on a very tight time schedule.
That's gonna be a mission to watch. It is. There's probably a Falcon Heavy like very close there right now, or parts of it.
Right, inside the HIF,
Yep.
the giant SpaceX logo on it. Again, that
You can
39A.
also see the Starship Tower.
Yep. 39A's fixed service structure up on that ramp there. Same one going back to the shuttle days. And there, the future with the Starship Tower. You could see the chopstick arms there and the hole where the orbital launch mount once was. This is where I would put my orbital launch mount if I had one.
I had one. Yeah, I'm also seeing like questions if that is the reason why launches are being slow past week, and I love that we are talking about slow if we are not getting a launch for like a week. Yes, basically one pad is being prepared for Falcon Heavy right now. The other one, of course, did some preparation for launching Crew, so they only had Vandy for launching. So that is why we didn't see your usual 2 to 3 day Starlings as usual.
Yeah, that will likely resume. In fact, when we looked at the port, you could see the drone ship still there. Plus, with the weather after the hurricane, I'm sure they wanted to stay put there too. Now, part of on the way there, you also have the astronaut beach house nearby. Julia, what's the history of that? We'll check back in with Julia in just a moment um, about the astronaut beach house and its really cool history. But right now, on their way to pad 40, see the ocean there.
It's
Absolutely
really
beautiful.
close to the ocean.
It is. I don't think people realize just how close the pad is to the Cape Canaveral protected seashore there.
Yeah, that's like basically right next to it.
Yeah.
So they have to stop here at some point if they want to get to the right pad.
Yep. It's surprisingly far down Slick 40.
Yeah, we
You
only
will
just
pass.
passed Complex 48, or the concrete slab that is Complex 48, so we've still got a little ways to go.
Yeah. From this angle, they should actually be passing Slick 41, which is United Launch Alliance's pad. That is currently set for a Vulcan launch coming up, scheduled at about a week from now, on a second test flight, CERT 2 for that vehicle.
Yep. And even further down than 40, you get at some point to 36, right? If you
If you
follow
go
this road even more.
all the way down, you're talking towards 36, which is New Glen's, Blue Origin's New Glenn
Newglen's-
rocket.
Yes. So this road, this road was the road where we also saw the New Glenn booster going down, right?
Yes, there is 41, I believe they're just passing now based on the signage. So we are right turn coming up shortly onto pad 40. And again, we haven't really seen this before other than the dry dress rehearsal with the first time crew heading out there. My favorite part about the tower, though, Ryan, has got to be the new escape system. It's very different from the slide wires at 39A.
Yeah, they have installed basically a big inflatable slide. It's a little bit more technically advanced than that, but you know, at the core of it, it's a big slide and it's very cool as well. In the pre-launch conference yesterday, SpaceX's Bill Gerstenmaier actually said that he thinks that the chutes for the slides are more effective than the baskets that they use at 39A and 39B. So technically, SpaceX believes this is an upgrade, although nobody from NASA commented on that, so they may still prefer their baskets for 39B, which is where SLS is going to be launching from. But yeah, SpaceX has put a big slide, and they believe it's better.
I mean,
we would test it, by the way, NASA. Like, if you need more input, if it's really better, we would volunteer like as an objective source, and totally would help.
yeah,
Offering.
if they want to tell us, yes. And there's the official delineation heading over to the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. And while we can't quite see the crew from that view, we can see it from this awesome shot from Julia as they passed by the press site. Beautiful as they now make that right turn into Space Launch Complex 40 in that exact vehicle that you see on Julia's shot. Julia, fantastic work. And they also just passed by, I should point out, the Astronaut Beach House. I know we were talking about that earlier. Julia, what's the history of the Astronaut Beach House?
You're muted, just so you know.
Well, hey there, welcome back. The Astronaut Beach House is the one remaining house that was here before KSC took over this land to launch astronauts to space. And permission was given by the landowner for KSC to retain that house. And it is a place where astronauts can go while they're here on quarantine to relax ahead of their flight.
There you go. Yes, it's now a little bit more of a conference center than it is a beach house, but we've still seen crews and their families out there before as the crew now arrives at their launch vehicle here at Slick 40. That is absolutely beautiful. That drive into Slick 40 never gets old.
We see the lean.
We will see the lean, hopefully. It's the crew leaning back to it.
At this point, it's iconic. They have to do it.
Yeah,
Of course.
and I think this lean could be better than the lean at 39A, because when you arrive at 39A, you are on the side of the crew access arm, right? So you can't really see, and the strongbacks, you can't really see the rocket. The strongback's in the way. At Slick 40, however, they've come in on the quote-unquote front side of the rocket, so they can actually see their spacecraft, which is pretty cool.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point, actually, from this side. And again, they've got that little structure, it looks like there, that says 40 on that one side. And then, of course, the HIF, the Horizontal Integration Facility at Pad 40 as well there, right behind the rocket. That's where they process the vehicles and the payloads and typically a bunch of Starlinks before they head out from that pad.
So excited for the next few minutes because we will for real now experience this brand new crew launch tower.
Yes, you can see the elevators there. It looks very similar to the ones that we've seen over at
Yep.
39A.
Try to spot a telephone.
Yeah, for those who don't know, there's some of the pad ninjas looking out the window of the crew access arm as the crew arrives. These are the teams that are there ahead of time to get everything prepped and ready. And there is the entryway. Looks like just a SpaceX X and not a NASA meatball that we can see from there, or a worm.
I mean, it could be more to the right.
We'll have to see.
I'm just hoping. Or it could be on the other side for symmetry.
That is true. They're getting a good look at the capsule, the trunk at the base, and the second stage and inner stage there as well. Which we don't talk enough, I don't think, about the trunk. I mean, Adrian, the trunk is pretty significantly important to this vehicle.
Yeah, absolutely. If I always feel like with just calling it trunk, it feels almost like, I don't know, a bit more, making it a bit more less what it is. But of course, I mean, the major part of it is a trunk function, which it has a lot of place for holding things, usually unpressurized things. We have seen, for example, the like a new rollout solar panels that were, I think, transported there in that trunk in the past. It is it completely unpressurized. It will not return, by the way, as well. That's another part of this, that you have to say goodbye to the trunk at some point during the return, where they will throw it, and at that point, it's goodbye trunk, because if you remember, Crew Dragon returns without a trunk. But yeah, it's a significant cargo capacity of this vehicle. Also, of course, features some aerodynamics, as you can see. Features all kinds of different hardware that is not in the capsule itself, and you don't need for re-entry. So yeah, it's quite a significant chunk of the capabilities of Crew Dragon.
Yes, it is jettisoned, but it's important while it's in space.
Yes,
And
it's good. Good Dragon trunk is good.
you can see the radar loop there. Looks like you can see some of those clouds moving in. Of course, we had Hurricane Helene come through and wreak havoc on some of the West Coast and the Big Bend area, then moving its way northeast. The weather forecast is still, at last check, 55% go, which I know is not fantastic sounding. There's also a moderate concern for Ascent corridor abort weather. So, in the event that they needed to abort for some reason, they have splashdown zones located all the way up to Shannon, Ireland, across the northeastern coast, the US, Canada, and then on its way towards Ireland. So, that is something that they're also keeping an eye on for the weather.
Yeah, we are now entering the part of the countdown where we usually, if there are weather concerns, they will start to loop them a bit. So we will hear them, because we will at some point get to know what the crew is briefed on, right? We will hear what they are telling the crew, and they try to usually inform the crew about the weather, and that's always a good thing for us, because we also get to hear that. And we
Yes.
also get to listen in what they tell the crew about the odds today. So, yeah.
Yeah, there are definitely scheduled weather briefings that they will be keeping an ear out for and that we will be listening for as well.
Yep. You're not going to miss them here.
Wonder if we would get to see the astronaut lean or not, but we'll have to see. Looks like they may already be getting ready to head up.
Yep. I hope we get some good shots of them going all the way up across to that Crew Dragon. And it's one of these moments where you realize how really big Falcon 9 is. Because it's always losing so much perspective, because Falcon 9 tends to be next to big things, right? It's usually next to a giant tower or a giant crane or a giant drone ship. And now remember, like, you will see people walking in this crew access arm there, and you can really see like how small they are. And then you see how small Crew Dragon is versus the rocket. And it's quite insane.
And small is still a comparative word in this case. It's still not that small.
Yeah. Crew Dragon still is able to host 4 people for multiple days in space. So, still quite yeah, it's quite roomy. Especially for a space capsule. There have been way worse space capsules in the past in terms of available space. And yeah, in comparison to Falcon 9, it's tiny.
Sol24 Alt with a good question here, saying, why does the Crew Dragon appear to only have solar panels on one side of the trunk? Ryan, is that for thermal control?
I believe that the other side allows SpaceX to do that thermal control, as the obviously if you have solar panels all the way around the trunk, that gets a little bit tricky. So they keep the solar panels on one side, and then they can always point that side at the sun.
Yep. Solar panels towards the sun, and yes, as you mentioned, heat control extremely important on the vehicle as well, because one half of it is radiators and the other half is solar panels.
Here they come.
There we go, the crew making their way towards the elevator. It looks like a singular elevator there as opposed to the 2 at 39A.
They sent that one person first so you can ring the elevator.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yep, they did.
Astronauts shouldn't have to wait as they get ready to wait 3 hours on top of the rocket.
Yeah. That's an interesting part, by the way, of this, because there's, of course, 2 philosophies how you can launch people to space. In fuel rocket before that. There's the one. There's the one. Oh, we might get the lean. I will. Yep, there it is.
There it is. There's the lean.
Oh, that's quite a significant lean.
You definitely see the exaggerated lean back there to see all
This
the way
is
up the
core
top
on
of the view.
countdown. T-minus 3 hours. Crew have arrived at the pad on time.
Here we go. Everything proceeding as
Look at
planned
that.
on time.
How small they are versus the landing legs of Falcon 9.
This is a great perspective shot. My goodness.
Wow.
And also you could see what a beating the bottom of the pad still takes from all of the launches there. It's not the cleanest looking wall.
And this tower has only been there for a few months at this rate, right? Like,
Yeah.
this is the first crewed launch from this pad, but it's still taken a beating from the numerous Starlinks and customer commercial payload missions that SpaceX has been launching from this pad.
Yeah. I mean, the tower has been there for, I believe, since 2023. So it's definitely had some time to take a beating.
Yeah, but compared to the fixed service structure at 39A, this is essentially brand new.
That's
That
true.
is that's a good point, yeah. That's a pretty fast elevator too, and once again they do have a button for space on it.
That's the best button.
We'll also see where it lets the crew off because again with 39A it was originally designed for access to different launch vehicles like the shuttle where the hatch wasn't at exactly the same height as Crew Dragon's hatch. So there's a little walkway that they have to take some stairs to get to the final entryway. Let's see what they have here at 40. Again, first time we're seeing this, the first crew launch from this launch pad.
Here they are. Is there a phone?
We will have to see. And it looks like...
Is it in that box?
I'm wondering. In case you're
Or
wondering,
is one
there
of
is
the
a...
ninjas?
Yeah, there is a tradition at 39A. There is a phone there. It has been there for quite a while.
Oh,
and the
never
astronauts
mind.
will use it to call family one last time. It seems like not this time.
Unless it's in the white room? I don't know. Maybe one of the ninjas is just going to hand over their mobile, or they're just foregoing the phone thing at 40.
I mean, it makes sense, right? It's a 39E tradition. 39A tradition. Sorry, I just created 4 more pads there. Yeah, I mean, so it could be a thing that they didn't. But I love this shot, by the way.
I mean, there is still the crawl away to nowhere that's supposed to go to 39C, so it's fine. Also, an interesting note, Alex pointing out in the back channel, and it's very easy to see from this. This is a very flat and level crew access arm, whereas 39A, the arm actually has an incline to it. This one is pure straight and flat.
And we are signing
This
a
is
wall.
core on countdown. T-minus 2 hours, 56 minutes. Crew have arrived at the White Room.
And there's just a
And
SpaceX logo.
Yeah, no NASA.
All right, here we go. The first signature.
Come on, Alex,
Here-
make your mind up.
First signature on the White Room wall. Pad 40 is officially
Hey.
on.
Hey, there we go.
Not bad. And here comes Nick.
Okay. Pressure's on. Don't mess it up.
Nick's a lefty. Nice.
Yeah, look at that.
That is a nice
Oh,
swooping G.
The problems of a lefty. He almost swooped through with his arm.
Yep. Nice view out the window. I mean, the pressure. I think the signing might be, higher pressure than the launch because not only do you have to write with a Sharpie and a spacesuit, but you have to do it on international TV. Like, that's no easy feat.
And to be the
Yeah,
first.
Honestly, if 3 people watch me doing my signature, I would already be nervous.
Yeah. Also, again, you can just see how much more room they have. It's a lot less tight. And in fact, it was pretty much only 2 people at a time, and then you would have maybe 1 or 2 pad ninjas there. This feels a lot roomier just based off of this view, at least.
They've
Yep.
certainly learnt from 39A's arm. It definitely, it feels like an incremental upgrade, which is what SpaceX is all about.
Totally.
also-
Also makes totally sense for them to at some point just ask the pad ninjas, right? Like, what annoys you on 39A's crew ingress?
yeah, what annoys you? But yeah, the also interesting, Alex pointing out the windows in this portion of the White Room, something you don't see at 39A. And there are those signatures, which here's a good question from Supersonic Retro Propulsion. As we see those pad ninjas there, are the ninja suits for anonymity or for crew protection from last minute Cygnus exposure? What's with those? Ryan, do you want to take that one?
So yeah, they're all masked up. Mainly, well, there's 2 points here. Obviously, the crew has been in quarantine for a few weeks, so they don't want to make the crew unwell as they're about to launch into space. They want to try and mitigate that as much as physically possible. The second thing is foreign object debris. They don't want any bits of your nails or any little bits of hair or an eyelash
This is
getting
Core
stuck
on countdown.
in,
T-minus 2 hours 53. Crew have ingressed the capsule.
getting stuck in the hatch seal, because we've seen time and time again before that the hatch has to be rescanned and re-wiped or anything to try and get a perfect seal around that hatch. You don't want to launch into space and then find out that your hatch is leaking your life support system, right? That would be a very suboptimal scenario. So there's multiple factors which goes into the outfit, should I say? It's much more than an outfit. The uniform of the ninjas, and they're dressed in all black, which just I think the aesthetic choices would be for the extra coolness factor from SpaceX, but they do serve a very important purpose.
Yes, and again, the number also a good identifier, so you can quickly see from a camera who's who.
Yeah.
And also, I don't know if you noticed this, but that seemed so much easier for them getting in. It normally seems like such a production and having to sneak in and squeeze in there. They just walked themselves in and sat down.
Well, there is only 2 of them, so I don't know if that makes any difference, maybe, but I'm not sure.
That was a very smooth ingress. And again, taking a look at the radar.
Probably making it a bit more easy with the timings today, with just having to check 2 people, and I feel like the pad ninjas are probably enjoying a bit less less work today.
Yeah, no kidding. I do want to thank a couple of people here while we have a minute. Stephen Parker, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. LGP Michael, or IGP Michael, saying, loving the location updates from Mr. Map. Thank you, Ryan.
Stop.
Hey, we got Adrian to say squirrel, and we got you as Mr. Map, so I'm doomed next.
Yeah, we're coming for you, sorry.
Shay saying SpaceX spends a fortune on their cameras and public feeds. I don't know what the number is, but we appreciate it. And also coming in here with a reference that probably neither of you will get, saying that they are 2 wild and crazy guys.
Didn't expect that.
Is that meant to be a Borat impression?
No, that is a terrible Steve Martin impression. From Saturday Night Live, from a skit that was 2 wild and crazy guys.
Oh.
I'm already here wagging my fingers and my hips if people are trying to imagine it. See, some people in chat get it.
James says you are old.
And some are calling you old.
Hey, come on. I wasn't alive when they originally aired, so I'm old, but I'm not that old. But it is such a classic skit. Anyway, let's go to a real question here. I'll throw this one to you, Adrian. Telstar86, what changes are made to the Launchpad to prepare it for a Falcon Heavy? What are the differences?
Of course, the one of the main differences is the fact that you have 3 cores instead of 1, right? So there's all kinds of different adapters going on for that. Of course, you also need to fuel 3 cores, right? So you need to think about what kind of fuel lines adapters you need to change, how to hook up these 3 cores to get fueled. You have all kinds of smaller modifications, because in the end, you're not fueling 1, you're fueling 3 through the same ground hardware. So that's the modifications that are there to host a Falcon Heavy. and then placing it on the pad.
And there's also the attachments are quite different too, for depending on the type of mission. If this were a crew mission, there is a
Yes.
different sort of attachment at the top for a Dragon than there is for a fairing, right?
Yeah, you can see it on the transport director. Like usually that part is even like sometimes it's laying around at 39A, where they change out the top of the transport director because there is the part that is used for fairing missions, and then there's a part that is used to support Dragon missions, and they basically just swap out that top, like this top part of the TE if they need to, because that TE also needs some modifications. And can only support one configuration.
All of that taking into effect the fact that they have to use that time to turn it around, which is why it's a huge benefit now that they have crew capability from 40, so they can do exactly what they're doing now, get the crew off from 40 and get a mission to Europa ready to go in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, that's no easy feat. You're just like, all right, we're launching Crew today, and then in a couple of weeks we're launching Falcon Heavy to Europa, and then a little ways after that we're launching an ESA mission to study an asteroid that we smashed a spacecraft into. You know, the next few weeks is going to be very, very busy for SpaceX.
Yes,
You
Crew-9,
forgot
Europa
the
Clipper, Hera.
you forgot the most important one.
Uh-oh.
Starlink Group 10-10 is launching after this from Slick.
Ah, I've been waiting for that mission for so long, Adrian.
I've been waiting for it since 10-9.
I thought about getting tickets for it when it was announced last year. It's like, 10-10, that's my mission. We're kidding.
That's good though. And also, it is LGP, Michael. Then don't worry, everyone gets it wrong. It's all right. I'll take the L on this one. No, nothing. All right. Well, then let me stop talking.
It was so funny, I forgot to laugh.
Let me stop talking then and get a more sensible voice in here. We are now joined by D Wise from the field. D, how was that crew walkout and how's it going?
Hello. Oh, it's going really well. That was a really nice crew walkout. In them make their way to the Teslas. I've been to a number of them so far, but I mean, it's always special to see the moments that they get to have with their family before getting in the car and driving to the launch pad. And it's a little bit breezy out here, but not all too bad. And I do say there are some clouds in this area now, but it is not too hot. It is a pretty gorgeous day, all things considered.
Yeah, the sky there looking absolutely beautiful for now. As noted, though, we have about 2 hours and 45 minutes to go, though, until the scheduled liftoff time. All right, let's see here. Let's take some more questions here. Blue Creeper 930 asking, Ryan, will this booster do a drone ship landing or an RTLS?
Good luck for all of our fans watching from Jetty Park, because this is an RTLS. We have the booster coming back to landing zone 1 on its second flight, a 39-day turnaround for B1085. It's going to be an exciting one to look out for. I'm sure we'll have Gage and the Space Coast Live team training on that booster with our Cape cameras positioned right next to the jetty. And we also have Fleet Cam looking out as well at some clouds and some rather mild weather, shall I put it that way.
That's a nice way to put it, the mild weather there. Again, only 80% humidity for Florida. That's kind of low.
It's basically dry out here.
That's low?
I mean, for Florida, that feels kind of low, but it's about
Florida.
normal.
But I see some ominous clouds there that I don't like.
Yeah, it's not fantastic looking. Again, the last weather forecast 55% because it is Florida, and Florida is well known for its pop-up showers, especially as you get into the afternoon hours.
Yeah, it's still a bit of a watch interest right now with the weather. Of course, we will continue to listen in to hope that we get some update at some point about like, hey, like I'm kind of happy that so far they have not mentioned weather, because usually if nobody talks about weather, that's a good thing. It's kind of like a referee on a sports game. If nobody talks about the referee, it's a good referee.
You can see the winds there right on the water, based on that person's tent that looks like it's going to fly away.
Yeah, that tent doesn't look secure to me.
And if we don't talk about it, it doesn't exist, right? That's how that works.
Yep.
That camera, by the way, looking south. Adrian, what is the trajectory for this launch?
This trajectory, give me a exact number. It's going to 51.6 degrees inclination, of course, because that's the tendency where the ISS is going. And the rocket is launching northeast and basically hugging the east coast of the United States, which is also quite part of the problematic situation with the weather, because the recent hurricane is also kind of hugging the northeast of the United States. So that's kind of your problem there. But yeah, it's going northeast, kind of just up the coast of the United States. And then, of course, to a 51.6 degrees inclination orbit.
Yep, and then it'll take about a day for them to get there once they do lift off. Oh, here's a good question from Michael Bertoli, and I'm going to throw this one to you, Ryan, for why you'll see obvious reasons. Mr. Celebrity here, Michael Bertoli saying, I know this is only used for emergencies, but could SpaceX use the Super Dracos for normal landings instead of shoots?
Well, it's funny you ask about this because I'll just give the context here very quickly. So there, as always before these crew missions, there is a pre-launch conference with NASA, and they'll invite people, like loads of people from NASA and somebody from SpaceX, because this is SpaceX launching this crew. And from SpaceX, we have the one, the only Bill Gerstenmaier. And we actually got some new information about the recovery contingency for Dragon. Steve Stitch from NASA announced that Dragon now has the capability to utilize its Super Draco launch abort thrusters. So in the event that something goes wrong before or during launch, there are thrusters around the Dragon that can ignite. We saw the in-flight abort test in 2020, so that's what they're designed for. However,
Dragon
Steve
SpaceX
Stitch announced
Dragon
that...
to ground. Com check.
I think we are safe.
Thanks, Freedom. I'm with you. Got you loud and clear.
Have you the same? Stand by for umbilical com checks.
I'll just let them go through their com checks here and then continue on afterwards.
Yep, as mentioned, they're going to go through different ways of communicating with them. You'll hear potentially air to ground, air to air, all these different ways, including umbilical com checks, which the little attachment that they have on their right thighs, left from this camera angle, that is what runs pretty much everything they need for their suit. It's all through one line, as they give a wave to the camera there inside the hatchway.
And so empty.
It is weird seeing only the two seats there. But yeah, that umbilical providing air conditioning, providing all of their pressure once that happens, and of course their comm lines go through that as well.
If I can, I'll try squeeze this in between the com checks. Anyways, Steve Stitch announced that they can now use the launch abort Super Dracos to conduct a soft splashdown in the event that all 4 parachutes fail, and Bill Gerstenmaier followed up on this, saying that this capability is actually flown before.
C2, C3 for umbilical com check.
C2's got you loud and clear.
You got the loud and clear.
Core has you loud and clear. Umbilical com checks are complete. Report when you are ready for seat rotation.
Freedom's ready for seat rotation.
Copy. We will report when initiating.
And there we go. Also interesting, normally they call them Commander, Pilot, MS1, MS2. Interesting, in this one, it is Seat 2 and Seat 3.
It feels like they're really trying to. Maybe it's just me, but I feel like they try to avoid this whole mission specialist pilot discussion.
Dragon, we are initiating seat rotation.
Ready.
And up they go.
Yep. And why are they rotating the seats anyway, Adrian?
Yeah, right now the seats are in a situation, in a configuration that is, well, easy to get in. But easy to get in is not necessarily the rotation you want to be in to have the best the best position for launch and the best distribution of loads during launch. So they are rotating them now into the configuration they actually want to be in during launch, which would be a bit harder to get into. So why not rotate, right?
Yeah, why not?
And you can see why it would be harder, right? Because we are kind of looking the way they would go in there, and the seats go up. So that would be harder to enter your seats. So they have them a bit lower, and then once they are in there, they can rotate them up and bring them into their launch position.
And looks like they've now...
Freedom, seats are in the launch position.
There we go.
Copies.
As I was saying, Bill Gerstenmaier from SpaceX said that this had actually flown before, this soft splashdown with the Draco's capability. However, this is just the first time that NASA are going to be using it, and it's actually being activated on Crew-8's Dragon, which is already in space, which is awesome. Like, they're retroactively adding stuff to retroactively adding capabilities to Crew-8's Dragon whilst it's already in space, which is, I think that's pretty awesome. And Jared Isaacman actually replied to my tweet that I did of this and said, let me go back and see exactly what he said. Sorry, I've lost the tweet now. I should have prepared this in advance. Not that one. I did 3. Here we
Dragon
go.
SpaceX, you are go for 4.100, Section 2, suit leak check prep.
Freedom copies. Go in Section 2 of 4.100, suit leak check.
Jared Isaacman replied and said, "We were always confident in the shoots, but this backup capability is pretty impressive."
Pretty impressive indeed. Yes, it's nice that they have that option now. And as they
I
get
wanna-
ready...
Oh, go ahead.
sorry, go ahead.
I want to quote myself from the Flame Trench yesterday. I'm so glad that feature exists. I hope it's never used.
Yes, exactly. And as they get themselves prepped for the suit leak checks, so basically making sure that once they pressurize their suits, they have everything. Why don't we take a look at the latest tweet from a Mr. Max Evans out in the field. There you go. You can see the crew of 2 now inside on the right side of your screen moments after they were getting ready to leave the operations and checkout facility and head into those Teslas to the pad on the left. So great shots there from Max. And D, I know you were also out there as well, and we have you on comms here.
SpaceX Freedom, or tear complete, ready for leak checks.
Making sure we can still hear them. But D, while we have that, what's the significance
Dragon,
of the
you
leak
are
check
go
here?
for Section 3, suit leak check, including the command to initiate suit leak check.
Well, I mean, it's
Copies.
basically
Go
just
in Section 3, suit leak checks in work.
Go ahead, D. I think you're good now.
So, I mean, it's making sure that the suits are good, whether it is like the glove attachments or the visor. If they're similarly to the Dragon itself, they don't want a leak. Pretty straightforward. So, in the event that the suits are needed, they are prepared.
And so basically the way they do it is they turn him into the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
Yep, that's a great way to put it.
If you keep an eye out now, you'll actually be able to see it looking from their legs there. You could see as their suit inflates, and that is where they'll check to make sure that the inflation pressure stays as is. So you'll actually be able to see that leak check as it happens. Here's a question from Roseanne DeVasta. With the crew in there now, they were wondering, when does the fueling begin, Adrian?
So this is the funny thing about this. It's kind of your usual Falcon 9, with the rocket right now being empty, and we will see the RP1 load and the liquid oxygen load at 35 minutes. Basically, load and go, because they, as you know, that's just how Falcon 9 works, right? You have to load it exactly 35 minutes before launch, and then you target a specific time, and that's where you go. So yeah, 35 minutes is where they will start propellant loading for this mission, for the exact T0 of, let me get the exact second here, 1 p.m., 17 minutes and 20 seconds.
There you go. And again, there's an instant window to the second. So if it doesn't go at 1:17:20, it's not going today. 21 seconds.
Sorry, it's 20. Why that 1 second shift?
Just to annoy us.
And
That's
Dragon,
why.
no concern. Closeout lead is just jumping in to double check something.
See him taking pictures on the iPad there. Worst type of people at a concert, but great for checking the spacesuits.
Yeah, and just to point out, that 1 second shift is because of trajectory and all kinds of updates of the ISS positioning. And sometimes you get like a tad of a shift because of that. Because the ISS might be a bit at a different location, or it's just like small minor parameters.
Dragon, we show 2 healthy suits.
Yeah, Freedom copy. 2 good suits.
That's what we want to hear.
You
No
like
leaks
healthy
detected.
suits.
Yes. Sounds like no leaks detected.
Dragon,
Everything
with
is
that,
good.
closeout team is going to be performing their final closeout steps and exiting the capsule. Please proceed to section 4 for side hatch close and report when you are ready for hatch closure.
Copies.
And there we go. You could also see a lot less of the pressure once those suit visors are open now. And they're going to prepare for them to close the hatch. The closeout crew there will see them probably do some close inspections of all of the sealant around the hatch, remove the protective cover, and get ready to close them up. Because once this side hatch is closed, there are only 2 ways that it's opened again. Either in the event of not launching, we won't say the S word, or once they splash down.
SpaceX Freedom, we're ready for side hatch closure.
SpaceX copies.
And we will see that side hatch closed, hopefully. Michael S. asking, I don't think we know the answer to this, but are those iPads they're running using a custom version of iOS? Like, or are they just the same ones you buy at an Apple store? I don't think we know, Ryan, do we?
I don't think we know an official answer. However, I assume and would predict that it would just be, bog standard iOS. I think SpaceX and would, develop their own software, apps or like web apps maybe. But I don't really see a reason why they would need to develop their own operating system for the iPads.
Yeah, I mean, potentially maybe have an app for that, but, send an X post and then switch back to your checklist. I am joking, of course, on that part. I feel like we do have to address the elephant in the room here, or lack of 2 people in the capsule, I guess is the better way to put it. With these 2 empty seats, Adrian, how is this working out with Butch and Sunny's return?
Yeah, of course. Butch and Sunny, of course, launched initially on Starliner, and were transported by Starliner to the International Space Station. And after more and more problems, we have talked about these problems before, and more open questions arised. NASA made the decision to not bring Butch and Sunny home on Starliner, and instead bring them home in the Crew-9 rotation. So what does that mean? That means that you have to leave 2 people out, because right now the Crew Dragon is certified for 4 people, and can bring up to 4 people into space and back. And that meant, after all, that NASA would leave two astronauts home and bring Butch and Sunny home after the crew rotation.
Dragon,
So,
SpaceX for a TDRS comm check.
Freedom switching.
And Core has
Perfect.
you loud and clear. TDRS comm check is complete. Stand by for comm checks with the DC, MD, and LD in the launch configuration.
So, after all, this means
SpaceX Freedom DC on countdown 1, comm check.
DC Freedom, I've got you loud and clear.
DC loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with MD.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1, comm check.
MD Freedom, I've got you loud and clear.
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
MD Freedom, I've got you loud and clear, Dragon ground.
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD. And Freedom's LD on countdown 1 with a comm check.
LD Freedom, loud and clear.
And LD, I have you loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Freedom LD on Dragon to ground with a comm check.
LD Freedom, loud and clear on Dragon to ground.
I have you the same, Freedom. Let's keep that storm salsa coming.
I'm with you.
And Freedom, with that, launch configuration comm checks are complete.
Copy all, Silver.
There we go. It sounds like they have checked all of their communications there. A couple acronyms you may have heard there. TDRS, that is the Tracking Data Relay Satellite Network. That is a bunch of satellites in orbit that are used to help with communications in space, typically around the Earth. And they have the potential to use those. Also checking the Dragon to ground, which is basically communicating, as it sounds, from the Dragon straight to the ground instead of bouncing through one of those relay satellites. Also talking to mission director, launch director, and those teams. Adrian, I think you were talking about the Butch and Sunny empty seats.
yeah, absolutely. And Butch and Sunny will basically become part of Crew-9 with this, and will also complete the full mission duration of Crew-9. And after the whole mission, Crew-9 will return not with 2, but with 4 people, bringing Butch and Sunny back as well. That's, I think, I was very close to finishing the explanation.
So yeah. Also them talking about keeping those storm cells moving, get them in and out of the way. It's okay if it's raining while they are sitting there on the pad not doing anything. It is not okay if it is raining when they need to lift off. They cannot fly through precipitation with Dragon per launch rules.
Yeah, usually clouds are not a problem, but the moment that there's rain or thunder in the air, that gets a bit
That's more of what the issue is. It's not so much the rain could be an issue flying through it. It's more typically what's associated with rain and rain clouds, in that as the vehicle punches through them, and in certain clouds in particular, which is there's also a cumulus cloud rule, the vehicle can actually create its own lightning. And as we've seen from Apollo 12, lightning plus rocket equals bad. So
and that's actually one of the concerns today, right? It's electric field rule.
Exactly. The fact that it can actually create that lightning. The official term that NASA used back in the, dare I say it, Ares 1X days was triboelectrification.
The good old days.
The Ares 1X days.
That delayed that launch quite a few, because again, that was another very thin, pointy stick rocket.
Good old days.
I'm pretty sure I've just started a war now in chat for those.
Probably.
Yep. I already see cursed rocket.
Dragon, the closeout team is in their final steps in preparation for side hatch closure. Please stand by for that and the state machine transition to pad hatch closed and ensure all items are secure from now through launch.
Freedom copies all.
Tray tables in their upright and locked position.
Please remain seated until you arrive at space.
What they're actually doing, taking pictures around the seal and the hatch to make sure that everything looks good, checking also to make sure that everything is clean. But yeah, you could see the person there physically taking all of those pictures. That then gets sent through essentially a group chat through an iMessage, for lack of a better way to describe it, to engineers.
I mean, that is the
Hawthorne.
exact way to describe it. They we've seen before. They literally iMessage each other.
Yep. So I also like to have the selfie light attached there almost, which I know is just to be able to highlight the details there. So they'll take those pictures, send them back to engineers in Hawthorne at SpaceX headquarters, who will also take a look at it and verify that everything looks good so that they can close that side hatch. And getting a tight seal, extremely important on that.
Yeah, and it might look like they're taking their time and taking things a little bit slowly here, but they are still perfectly on schedule. The timeline states that the hatch is closed at -1 hour 55 minutes, or at T-minus 2 hours 23. So they've still got a good nearly half an hour here in terms of what the schedule allows for troubleshooting that hatch.
Exactly. If there is any troubleshooting that needs to be done, these are just the final checks. So
yeah.
Which we've seen before, and the countdown has that built-in extra time into it for that exact reason, as we've seen them use it before, of if something doesn't look exactly right, that they can go in, take more pictures, they can double-check everything, and still not eat into their countdown, which, reminder, this is an instant window.
You're basically, we are talking about things almost down to the hairs, right? Like, because even a hair in the seal could them trigger another opening of the hatch and checking why the hatch was not properly sealed. So they really have to check every single thing here, because you want to make sure that that capsule is fully sealed once you leave it.
Exactly. And we say that not jokingly. It has happened. They have had to recheck a seal that didn't fully seal because of a hair in the hatch. And it looks like everything's good as they close the side hatch door.
Yep. 36 is very rapidly moving that door down.
Unless looks like they're getting a couple more photos from behind the hatch there.
And these are usually for like understanding every single situation, right? Because if they need to, in retrospect, look at something, they always have photos of it. It's continuous documentation.
And despite what it says on screen, you can actually use @NASA Spaceflight in our chat, and we'll do the best we can to answer as many of your questions as they come in too. Which, Westy the Third coming in here with a question. Any idea what the 0G indicator is? And Adrian, for those who don't know, what is the history of the 0G indicator?
Yeah, 0G indicator usually is a bit of a fun thing, because how indicate 0G? 0G usually is indicated by the fact that things are floating in space and are weightless, after all. So what we had in the past is, for example, little globes, little Earth, and little dinos. There's all kind of different plushies that were used as a 0G indicator, and they tend to make their debut once they are in 0G and we see them floating in front of the camera. But I'm not sure if we've known if there's a one for this mission.
I don't think we have seen what it is yet. We will have to wait until they get to orbit to find out, hopefully.
Yeah. I think there were a very few missions where we actually got to know it before the mission, but most of the times it was during the mission itself, right? Where we got to see it once it was floating in front of the cameras.
I mean, that's part of the fun, is trying to figure out what it's going to be.
Yeah.
I wonder if anyone can actually predict it in chat. Let's see here. Dougal with a good question. Ryan, is Dragon still able to support up to 7 people? I know at one point they had discussed that, it'll be 7 people on board.
Yeah. So that was the original design way back when. But the operational standard for now is a 4-person crew. So we've seen that on all of the Dragon missions, apart from this one and Demo 2, they've all launched 4 people. However, in a contingency return scenario from the International Space Station, Crew 8's Dragon has actually been set up to support 7 people coming down in the event that the Soyuz for Tracy Caldwell Dyson and the Starliner for Butch and Sunny were not available. So Tracy Dyson has now returned on her Soyuz, so Crew 8's Dragon is still currently set up, but just for 6 people. But there were 3 like foam seats. Seats is a rough term, but they were non-suited positions for Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams, and Tracy Caldwell Dyson to quote unquote sit in the event that they had to evacuate the International Space Station on board Crew 8's Dragon, because of course Starliner has come home now, so Butch and Sonny need a way to they need a safe haven at the ISS in the event that the ISS's atmosphere becomes unsafe for them to inhabit.
You can also see him right now doing that spotting of hairs and little like FUD, because they are going literally like through the seal and like looking for anything that could be of annoyance.
Yes, FOD, by the way, foreign object debris. Basically, any of the junk that shouldn't be there, including hairs. There you go. Let's talk about splitting hairs to make sure this is done right.
I laughed. I encouraged him.
Oh, man. Just for that sigh, I'm gonna throw the next question to you, Ryan. Here's Action Slots asking, while we're talking about Butch and Sunny there, do we know what's happening with the IVA suits for their return? Are they going to be using their Starliner blue ones or have SpaceX ones?
Well, they can't use their Starliner blue ones because they've come home. They came back to Earth on Starliner. So right now, they can't use them because they're on Earth and they're not. So one SpaceX suit is already on the ISS. It's a spare suit, and that is going to be used by Sonny Williams. And this Dragon is actually carrying up a second SpaceX suit for Butch Wilmore. So they will be using the SpaceX IVA suits in order to come home on this Crew-9 Dragon. SpaceX has access to their body measurements in order to produce the suit for Butch Wilmore. Butch and Sonny both tried on this spare suit at the International Space Station, but obviously it fits Sonny the best, and they're sending an extra one up for Butch.
Yep, so they will use these SpaceX suits to return, which, there's a little bit of, we talk about it, dissimilar architecture. Basically, you don't want to have the exact same thing, because if it's broken on one and it's broken on the other, then you have none. So they are slightly different. Although I will say, these helmets are a lot nicer than the zip-up ones that Starliner uses. Just personal opinion there. All right, let's take a look at something that's actually good to look at, though, and that is some awesome photos here from Max Evans out in the field, the latest tweet. As you can see, the vehicles there that took the crew out to the pad and the number tags for it. So typically they have something cool related to the mission, whatever that may be. This one, you can see there it says, ready for it. What is it? Launch, hopefully in about 2 hours, 15 minutes. We are ready for it as well. Hopefully the hatch will be ready for it shortly. Awesome pictures there, Max. Again, make sure that you follow our Cape team if you don't already on the social medias. And while you're at it, check out all the NSF social media channels too. We are on X, we are on Facebook, we are on Instagram, and you'll get to see all of the photos as they come in from today's missions there as well.
I really think, Kevin, it's ready for it and not ready for information technology, but it could also be a cry for help and support if your PC is defect. Like, ready for IT.
Oh my gosh.
Thanks for Kevin for helping me setting that up.
It's so bad, it's great. Speaking of setup, Booster 12, wondering with the setup on the ISS, when does Crew 8 return? Adrian,
That's a
do we know?
very good question.
Oh, right.
Oh, go on, Adrian.
No, Ryan, go ahead. Do you know?
Okay,
Up top.
very soon. So this crew rotation is taking place so that like Crew 8 can hand off to Crew 9, which is why there's going to be a little bit of overlap there. They'll have the 4 from Crew 8 and then the 2 here from Crew 9, and then the 2 from Starliner all on board at the same time. But the return is currently scheduled for next month. Obviously, it's the 28th of September, so next month isn't that far away. But that's when we're expecting Crew 8 to come home.
That is exactly what we are hoping for, and they actually have delayed the return so that they could have the direct handover, as they call it, with having Crew 8 and Crew 9 there simultaneously.
And Dragon,
Because they
we're
had to
doing
delay-
final photo verifications on the side hatch seals. We'll let you know when we're stepping into side hatch closure.
Because they had to delay Starliner.
Freedom copies,
they
thanks.
They then had to delay Crew 9's launch, which means they then had to delay Crew 8's return. So I think Crew 9's mission might only be about 5 months compared to the normal 6 months, because everything's been offset by technically about a month. But, you know, it's still autumn. It's roughly the correct time they should be launching. So it's not a huge deal for Crew 8 and Crew 9 for this scheduling adjustment.
Yeah, this launch was originally scheduled to happen back in August, but as you mentioned, those delays to the Starliner return decision led to the delay of the launch itself of Crew 9 to originally the 26th, and then with Hurricane Helene pushing it to today's launch attempt at 1:17 p.m. Eastern Time. Ben the Rosa fan, thank you for becoming a Padrat member. Paul Typo Dawson saying, how about the Lester lanyards for zero-G indicators? Great as always, thanks guys. I mean, those lanyards are really cool. Then Milo 3D saying, hello from the UK, thanks for the amazing coverage. Well, thank you for tuning in. Let's see here. We have some really good questions that have been coming in. Elisar, a name that we see here from our social team, asking, Adrian, was Lake 40 operational for crewed flights? Do you
Dragon
think
side
we'll
hatch
see
is
any
coming
upgrades?
closed. Expect a state machine transition to pad hatch close shortly.
Freedom copies.
There we go. Hatch closure in work. And then the state on board once the hatch is closed. The Dragon making that transition in the software. Elisar was asking, do you think we'll see any upgrades to the 39 crew access arm to match?
I wonder if it's worth the hassle, you know? Like, because upgrading for crew, I wonder if they maybe at some point do it. Although the whole tower and everything was not built for, like, this is basically designed from scratch, right? They could make it really perfect for them. And of course, with 39A, they are on a bit of more restriction because it's not their original design. They just kind of took it over. So I wonder if they will just stick with it for now. And I mean, it works. It's not a huge hassle. They launched with Crew before from that. So yeah, I don't think they will modify it. That's my initial feeling.
Yeah, that makes sense. If it ain't broke, don't fix it at this point.
Yep.
And I think it was Ryan who was saying earlier, he had the good point of, I mean, if you're building one from scratch, why not make all the changes that you want?
Yep.
Let's see. Again, Nick Hague, along with Aleksandr Gorbunov, aboard today's flight. And I love that there's a little bit of synergy with Nick Hague from his first mission. For those who don't know, by the way, Nick Hague, one of his first flights was aboard a Soyuz mission that ended up having to abort. That was MS-10 in 2018 after a booster failure. That was also a crew of 2 on board. It was Nick Hague and Alexei Ovchinin. They were thankfully unharmed and later flew to the station in 2019 aboard Soyuz MS-12 with a 3rd crew member on board. But it's worth noting that Alexei Ovchinin just arrived again at the International Space Station aboard Soyuz MS-28, I believe it was, or MS-26, excuse me, a couple days ago. So they are once again being reunited aboard the ISS, although this time on 2 different vehicles. And also shout out to Nick Hague, who is a huge Doctor Who fan. He has made that clear when NASA asked him prior to his previous launch, do you prefer Star Wars or Star Trek? He says, why does no one ever ask about Doctor Who?
Nobody ever asked about Stargate as well.
Well, I mean, yeah, SG9 is a thing, but I mean, props to him as an American as well.
Dragon, we are commencing health checks for the launch escape system. Expect a momentary state change followed by a transition back to pad hatch closed.
And Freedom copies. Thanks for the heads up.
And again, the state change there in the software. That launch escape system typically is armed right around the start of fueling. So this is just a test to make sure that the system is online and working. Ryan, 98 Central is asking, I see either Bob or Doug at port now. Which recovery boat will recover the fairings?
I am going to quickly refer to my cheat sheet here, and it looks like the fairings will be recovered. Oh, there aren't any fairings.
It's a trick question. There are no fairings.
How did I fall for that? Sorry.
It's okay. It happens. Yeah, no, there are no fairings on this mission. It is just the Dragon capsule exposed. It's not like Artemis or Soyuz where there actually is a fairing around them.
I'm getting too used to those bleeding starlings, man.
Well, the booster at least will be recovered, though, and there is no recovery ship out for that, since that is set to land at LZ-1 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, just a couple miles away from where the rocket is sitting right now. And, yeah, no stubby nozzle on this one, thankfully.
Rejoice.
By the way, we were talking earlier about why there's, the crew of 7 and what would happen in the event of crew needing to return home, Butch and Sunny, without their capsule there. Adria, I think we saw a picture of what that retrofit looks like. Can you kind of talk us through it?
Yeah, I mean, there it is. You can see some seat belts there. You can see that retrofit of what would be the seat in that contingency planning. So there you go. It doesn't look that comfortable versus the current seats, I have to say. But I think if you're in an emergency, you take that seat.
And where is that in reference to what we're seeing on the right side of the screen? Is that above,
I think it's
below?
It's below them, right? It's because it's on the cargo pallet. So
yes.
Below them is the cargo pallet, and basically on top of that cargo pallet is this seat.
Yeah, you
but
see
Adrian,
those
there's no
straps.
up in space.
Ryan, that's why I said relative to the image on the right.
All right.
I had that prepared because I already saw someone saying that, well, it's not actually a zero-G indicator because it's not full zero-G, it is microgravity, but,
Well, I know this has nothing to do with the question, but I'm going to go back on that one and say that it is 0G, because the G doesn't stand for gravity, the G stands for G, which is G's.
Jeez Louise. But there's a good reference point to it. Again, seat 2 and seat 3 are what Nick and Alex are in at the moment. And then underneath there, C6 and C7. And then there was that third one in the event that Tracy Caldwell Dyson needed to join them as well for some reason. Again, thankfully not needed. And once Crew-9 is there, they will just use the Crew-9 Dragon Capsule Freedom in the event for some reason that they need to actually just escape the ISS quickly. And you could see the weather making quite a change there at the Cape now. You can see the rain coming down from on top of the crew access arm there at Slick 40.
That's good now. I like that it's raining now and not in 2 hours.
Yeah. D, what's going on weather-wise?
Yeah, so the rain just started out at the press site, and the visibility to the pad is quite reduced. We can definitely see the rain coming down, lots of clouds coming our way from the south, and almost no little bits of blue sky. I see one little bit of blue sky up to the northeast, but the rest of the sky is all clouds of varying heights.
Yeah, taking a look there from our fleet cam as well. There's the view of the VAB. The weather iffy at the moment, but as mentioned, it can rain now. It's totally fine as long as T minus 2 hours, 4 minutes, and 17 seconds from now, the rain is cleared and those particular clouds that could cause lightning have cleared, and that the sea state in the abort recovery zones, if they were to need those, is also calm enough, which that is one of the other concerns that they are watching. Let's see here. Dougal with a good question. Adrian, do you think NASA will ever develop adapters for the different suits or bring extra spares on all the trips from now on?
I don't think so. I think that would have been done if they wanted to really pursue that. They would have made that a requirement to the commercial crew program, and because part of that system was also to develop these own suits. I do not think that they will adapt it now. It's not as trivial as you think, right? Like it's not just like an adapter that you can buy to make your cables easily to attach to something. I think it's not gonna happen. I don't think we will see that retrofit.
What do you mean? You can't just buy a Starliner to Crew Dragon adapter on Amazon?
Yeah, so far I have not seen the Starliner to Crew Dragon adapter. It's I think you get like a 5-pack on Amazon, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's why. Although I don't know if you get Prime delivery with New Glenn not launching yet.
Like on Prime Day, you get like 2 packs for one, and you can equip the next 10 crew rotations. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. By the way, those who don't know, Blue Origin also owned by Amazon's CEO Jeff Bezos. So maybe they can send some Kuiper sats up with it. Let's see here. Here's a good question. I'm going to pose this to everyone. Supersonic Retro Propulsion saying, do you think Crew Dragon will ever take more people to space than the shuttle? Ryan, what do you think?
No.
Okay, good answer. Adrian.
Shuttle could launch more people at a time. Dragon is designed for ISS crew rotations, and we have Starship coming up down the pipeline. You know, don't get me wrong, crewed Starship is years and years and years away, but it's not that far away, and you can launch many more people on a Starship than on a Dragon. So I think Dragon will not be, my personal opinion, I don't think Dragon will be operational for the duration it would require in order to reach that taggy of the shuttle.
Adrian, what do you think?
I'm frantically counting right now. If I see this correct, Crew Dragon is right now at about 50 people, and shuttle is at 355.
Yeah.
So Crew Dragon has not even 1/7.
Yeah. Good luck with those Dragon numbers, because soon we're going to have more people coming down on Dragon than have launched on Dragon. So that's not going to be confusing whatsoever.
Dragon SpaceX.
I'm so
we
glad
have
I
a
don't-
good side hatch leak check.
Freedom copies. Good side hatch leak check.
I think you're safe.
Yeah, I really think that that it's not possible. That's the underlying here.
Also, and I hate to say it this way, you're kind of getting rid of one of the top destinations with the ISS deorbiting in 2030. I mean, obviously we've seen Polaris Dawn. There's still a Polaris 2 scheduled on Dragon. We've got Fram 2 coming up, which is a private mission also using Dragon, going to a polar orbit for the first time with crew. So, you know, there's not as many private missions as there are NASA missions, it sounds like.
Yeah, but I think it's also important to point out there will be the Axiom station, there will be the Vast station, there will be the numerous other commercial stations that wish to come online. I just think by the time they're coming online, Starship will be a much more exciting option for crew transportation than Dragon.
That's a good way to put it. And the rain continuing to come down. They still have 2 hours now until launch. We have passed the 2-hour mark. Again, this is an instant launch window. So for those of you just joining, this is the Crew-9 mission to the International Space Station. It is launching 2 crew members, Nick Hague and Aleksandr Gorbunov, to the ISS. This capsule will also bring back Butch and Sunny once we get into February of 2025. The main concern today,
Dragon,
of course,
SpaceX
weather.
for post-ingress briefing.
Let's listen in.
Freedom's with you.
Dragon, so good news is we've got a healthy pad, Dragon is healthy, and Falcon is looking good. The story remains weather, as previously briefed. We're watching radar data in real time. Currently, we'd be no-go to launch, but we think there's a real shot of getting a clearing in the weather around T-0, and the Ascent weather continues to look good, so we've got a chance of going to space today. We'll check in as we have more updates. How copy?
Freedom copies. Good pad, good vehicle, and you're saying there's a chance with the weather. Outstanding.
So you're telling me there's a chance? Where have I heard that before?
Beat me to it.
I love the shot right now on the left because it's like, yeah, the weather is currently no-go, and I'm looking at that like, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Like, you don't need a weather briefing for that. That's like, yeah, I know.
Yeah, is the sky blue? Oh, wait, actually, no, it's not right now.
Just look out the window.
Yeah, so we will get, as we get closer to T0, we will see. But they did make a good point there that the Ascent weather appears to be good. So that's one concern taken away, the Ascent weather being in the event of an abort. Those abort zones that are downrange appear to be clear. All right, let's see here. By the way, I'd rather be flying an X-Wing saying, for the record, Adrian sounds happy, not grumpy.
That's because we don't have a camera on his face right now.
I'm not grumpy all the time. It's
The flyover video, I had to do one of those face swap filters on Adrian's face to make him look happy. That's a fact.
That's an absolute unfounded rumor.
One thing that is a fact is that Max takes great shots. And you can see we have a picture from Max of the weather there. That shelf cloud there, you could see the front coming through. It looks quite ominous. And yeah, compare that to the live image on the right side of the screen. You can see the before and the after here. That is quite nasty looking. And there is the view. Again, the crew at least comfortable inside. We'll see how that weather goes, especially as we get closer to the E0 time. Fingers crossed we can get to space today. If not, they do have another attempt tomorrow and the day after as well, each one going back about 20 minutes or so. Chris Barnett with a good question. Ryan, is it NASA or SpaceX that makes the decision on the weather?
Mother Nature? Chris, I assume your question is, who makes the call on if the weather is safe or not, rather than who controls the weather. Obviously, if they could control the weather, it would be clear skies right now. I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure NASA and SpaceX collaborate on these missions. Obviously, we can hear a SpaceX person, their whatever they call their Capcom, talking to I don't know why they had to change the name, but talking to the core, talking to Nick Hague there. So SpaceX communicates these things to the astronauts, but I'm pretty sure the decision is unanimous between SpaceX and NASA, and they have a fixed set of weather rules they need to abide by, and if something is a fact, there's no way two different organizations can have different opinions on one fact.
Also, one of the major deciding teams that we don't talk about there is actually the Space Force. It is the 45th Weather Squadron that they have there as well. And the 45th Weather Squadron works in partnership with all of the different launch providers there, not only to provide a clear range, in other words, making sure there's no wayward boats or wayward planes, but also checking the weather range locally. And they will help with the decision of whether weather is go or not.
Yeah, they do a great job of monitoring all of the weather things at the Cape.
And also we are approaching another part here where there is a slight overlap between do you have weather go for launch, which is one consideration, but also with lightning now in play, because we just saw a lightning there. You also are moving into territory of like, can you fuel your rocket? Because usually you have a problem if there's lightning in the area, because they are not allowed to fuel the rocket while there's like a phase 2 lightning warning over the pad. So that's another part here that we have to consider, because they have to fuel at T minus 35 minutes. And if there's a phase 2 over pad 40, that means they can't. So that's another consideration here that probably plays into SpaceX like grinding gears right now, making sure that they can launch this day.
And as of right now, Space Launch Complex 40 is currently just in a Phase 1 lightning watch. Phase 2 is when there is a lightning warning, meaning it is imminent, which there are parts of Cape Canaveral down by, by Blue Origin, Slick, or LC-36, whatever they prefer to call it. The landing zone is currently in a Phase 2 lightning warning, along with the Central Cape area and the port area. Those are all Phase 2 lightning warnings. Pad 40 is currently just in a Phase 1. There are also winds with, it looks like 35 knots peaking at least, between 35 and 50 knots. So right now, yeah, the weather, not great. Let's take some more questions, though. Hopefully we get something happy. Ron Smith, what are the 4 towers? / meme.
No.
But legitimately, though, honestly, I think it's... well, if you count the crew tower now, yes. But I think with the weather happening, and with this being the first crew launch from 40, it is worth bringing up the legit answer of, what are the 4 towers, Adrian?
Well, they become quite relevant right now because we are talking about lightning. They are lightning protection tower. But so you would imagine that the lightning would hit these towers, right? It's not like that. Between the towers, you can barely see some lines. There's like some lines going from tower to tower. And in these lines, a lightning would hit instead of hitting the rocket. So that's the system there. It's basically creating a cage of lightning protection that goes around goes around the rocket.
Yep, those are catenary wires, is the official name of them. And if you've ever seen any night shots looking up from remote cameras, those are fantastic. You can really see, it looks like a box. It looks like a giant square that it has to fit through. And it's meant to protect the rocket. And yes, also, the wires are in a way so that the rocket doesn't hit the wires on the way up. Delta 5 Heavy, which sounds cursed.
That sounds perfect.
Oh, you would say that. Or Delta 4 fan.
I would argue it's... no, I will not. I will not go down this rabbit hole.
You sure?
Yeah, I mean, we can argue about certain rockets that could be Delta 5 heavy, but...
Oh, gosh.
I'm just bringing Ares 5 into the discussion. I mean, you could also call it Delta 5 heavy. I'm just saying.
I mean, we did mention silly rockets already, but they want to know, is that venting from the TE normal? Don't recall seeing venting at this point in the countdown before. Ryan? Or Adrian,
go
fine.
ahead, Ryan. No, go ahead, Ryan.
We see ventings and little spurts of things all the time. This is the Launchpad is alive for a long period of time prior to launch, so it's normal to see vents happening now and then. There's the easiest way to see that everything is okay is that everybody is acting like everything is okay. If something was wrong, they would be evacuating. They're not. Everything is fine.
There you go. That is expected, and we'll also see some occasional clouds puffing around. You can see there's the Starliner return.
I hope we don't
toward-
see that today.
No. Towards the base, that is also totally normal. Again, the fuel farm there, you might see it start to spool up and cool down because the liquid oxygen that they use, Adrian, is super cooled, right?
Yeah, it's super chilled. Because if you chill something down, you increase the density. So basically, what they do is they use these super chilled liquid oxygen to increase the density, which means you can load more, which means you're increasing your efficiency of your rocket. It's one of these ways where Falcon 9 just tries to get a bit more performance out of it, and what makes it so incredibly performant. Because if there's one thing that Falcon 9 has, it's quite an impressive performance.
Dare to say that is actually super cool.
It's very, yeah.
Sorry, had to.
No, you're not. You're not.
No, I'm not sorry. You're right. Let's see. Sherry Stewart asking here. Ryan, I'll put this one to you. How long does it take for them to get to the ISS?
What an excellent question. So, if everything sticks to the plan with the timeline and we lift off in an hour, 48 minutes and 38 seconds time, at T0, Crew Dragon will be exactly 1 day, 4 hours, 12 minutes and 39 seconds away from docking. That docking currently scheduled to take place, or contact/capture, is currently scheduled to take place tomorrow at 21:30:00 Universal Time, which is T plus 1 hour, 1 day, 4 hours, 12 minutes and 39 seconds into flight. But of course, if they need to get there a little bit more slowly, or for any reason, that can be at a slightly different time, like for any number of very minor, non-important, not like something's broken reasons, that can take place at a different time. So that would be, I'd say, call that an approximate time for now, but that is what NASA has published in the schedule.
There we go. And you can see they're looking a little bit nicer than just a couple minutes ago, even with those clouds there. I did see someone ask, and it is a good question, Adrian. Why put them in so early if they're just going to sit there?
Well, you alluded to it earlier that there's some wiggle room in this, because they're ahead of schedule here. They're ahead of schedule with the hatch closing and everything. So there was also a bit of wiggle room there, because not always everything goes wrong. We have seen that on crew launches in the past, where they had to troubleshoot a bit, where they had to reopen the hatch, where they had to look at a few more things before they launch, and that was where this wiggle room came in crucial, because that didn't mean you had to scrap that day, but instead it meant, well, you get more chances to get everything right for today. Second thing is, well, nobody can be near the Falcon 9 once the launch abort systems aren't and the rocket's getting fueled. That's basically a crucial point where they need to have the pad cleared. So after the pad cruise is done with all of this, and they have closed the Dragon, and they are departing the pad, they still need to get out of sight the security range, and then they can fuel. So that's why there's all these kind of wiggle rooms, because, well, you don't want to stand next to a rocket that's being fueled.
Yeah, that is true. The only ones that should be near it are ones that can escape easily, and that is what the launch escape system on Crew Dragon is for. If that were to happen, which, again, we hope we never have to see that activate. Except for the one when we got to see it in the in-flight abort test when it was meant to, and the booster was destroyed, and it was actually kind of awesome looking. Hour 45 minutes to go here. The main concern now, weather, as Pad 40 is now officially in a Phase 2 lightning warning per the KSC weather that they provide here. So that is something to keep in mind, that there is lightning very close by there. It is now officially in a Phase 2 lightning warning.
And that needs to clear in the next 60 minutes. Otherwise, it's gonna be rough.
Yeah. And while we're talking about that, Drunar saying, if lightning hit a tower, would that instantly scrub the launch? Thanks for the stream. I don't know if we know an exact answer to that, but it would definitely be something they would want to look at with the rocket, right, Ryan?
Dragon SpaceX, the closeout team has departed the crew arm and is on their way back.
Freedom copies, and if they're listening, thank you guys.
I don't know an exact answer
We'll
to
relay
that
to
question. However, I would assume that if a lightning would strike the lightning protection system, then the lightning protection system did its job and the rocket would be fine.
That's a good point, yeah. I mean, they may double check, make sure all the computers are running and everything, but yeah.
Yeah. If the rocket was struck by lightning, then obviously that's a different question, but they have built these very sophisticated lightning protection systems for the very purpose of trying to ensure that nothing sensitive, like the rocket, ever has the opportunity of getting struck by lightning.
Yeah, we don't want that. Again, for those who don't know, Apollo 12 did get struck by lightning upon launch, knocked out some power issues, and then basically, thankfully, there was a man named John Aaron in Mission Control who knew of a tiny little switch. It was SCE to aux, which helped basically save the entire Apollo 12 mission from not having to abort. Jedi Knight wondering, will we ever see Starman and the Roadster again? In case those who don't know, that launched on the first ever Falcon Heavy demo flight. That thing's way past Mars at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, well, definition of seeing. I think there were some moments where you could basically attempt to observe it, but it's right now it's even past Earth orbit, and it's further away from the sun than Earth right now. It just crossed Earth orbit, but it's far away from like where we are. It's further than Earth. It's further than Mars. It's far away. So yeah, not a good chance to see it again, I think. And I mean, there's not like SpaceX will suddenly reacquire connection with it.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we got some great views from it. We got some great tunes from it. Priorities.
Yep.
And I think most important is that we now have Falcon Heavy that works.
Yeah, works quite well. Falcon Heavy has certainly turned out to be quite a good rocket.
Yes, again, the next launch of it coming up, window opens to Europa for Europa Clipper, I believe October 10th.
That's gonna be an epic mission.
Oh, it's gonna be so cool.
Yep.
Also, Chris
I
Burnett
mean,
pointing out, you say you don't stand next to a booster as it fuels. Why do the Russians?
How to? It's depending on, like, at least in the US, it's usually there's a huge exclusion zone, and of course there are moments where you are allowed to go to a fueling rocket. We have seen that in the US as well. You know this rocket called SLS, where there was a specially schooled red team that went out there and fixed something on the rocket. So it's possible under very special conditions, but usually if you can avoid it, don't have people near it.
The safety culture in Russia and China and other countries in that region is different to the safety culture in the United States. So it's just a different way of doing things, you know?
Yeah, I think it's just safe to say because Russia.
There's just cultural differences between the two countries, so.
Yep. And that's also why it's important. We heard there that the closeout crew at the pad now leaving the pad as well. So the only two people there should be Nick and our cosmonaut friend as well, Aleksandr. While we're talking about Falcon Heavy, Soul24 earlier was asking, how difficult would it be to crew rate Falcon Heavy? And Ryan, do you think that would ever happen?
Part of me really wants Jared Isaacman to spend a few dollars and crew rate Falcon Heavy for Polaris 2. Do I think it would ever happen? No. I think that Falcon Heavy being crew rated, it's not only the rocket side of things. Like, yes, they could send Dragon a lot further away, but Dragon isn't designed to go a lot further away. Dragon is designed to go up to low Earth orbit. The highest they've ever sent Crew Dragon was on Polaris Dawn. They sent it up to 1,400 kilometers apogee. The only reason you'd want to crew rate Falcon Heavy, for example, is to do a mission around the moon, such as the Dear Moon mission, or one of the original plans for the Dear Moon mission. But the moon is 405,000 kilometers away. You know, just conceptualize the difference between re-entering from 1400, which they didn't even do on Polaris Dawn, they lowered their orbit and then re-entered, but just imagine the differences between the energy from 1400, falling from 1400, and falling from 405,000 kilometers. You know, that's nearly 400 times greater height above the Earth. So, I don't think it will ever happen. I think it would be quite difficult for Falcon Heavy, especially considering it's a multiple core vehicle.
Yeah, there was originally plans for it, potentially. But I think also with Starship now, they're kind of like, you know what? We've got, Crew Dragon for now, and then we'll have eventually Crew Flight on Starship. So there's no point in getting that in between there, because basically you're either going to low Earth orbit or you're going to the moon.
There's no like financial or business benefit to crew rate Falcon Heavy. You know, Falcon 9 has been developed. It's the workhorse operational vehicle of the industry right now. There is no more room for development in that sense with Falcon 9. Obviously, they make incremental upgrades and the vehicle becomes more efficient and they learn how far they can push their boosters. But, you know, there's no Falcon Block 6. You know, they stopped at Block 5 so they could crew rate Block 5. Starship is the next generation launch vehicle. That is SpaceX's future. That is where they see the money coming from. So it makes sense to focus their resources around that.
Exactly. And we just got a great question from Sean. And we talk about it a bunch. I think it's great to point out here. Adrian, how do these rockets miss all the satellites and Starlinks in space? Are they different altitudes and also space debris?
First part of the answer is space is big. So when you see these pictures of, there are all of these objects in space and they look incredibly crowded, there's still a huge amount of space between everything, and usually also a huge amount of altitude. Second part is they're tracked. There's tracking of all of this, especially of the not all of this, but of the bigger parts that we are aware of that we can track. So what they do is they look if something that we are aware of is in that path. They get the data. They look at, is there something we should be aware of? We have seen in the past, we have, for example, Rocket Lab talk about that they had to adjust T-zeros based on other objects in space being in that path. I think in that case it was Starlings. That's probably the case for all other launch providers as well, where they just have to adjust and look where is a good window to launch. Of course, there are also some things we cannot predict. We have seen that in the ISS in the past, where they have observed sudden space debris that they didn't want to really hit and avoid, and had to perform some avoidance maneuvers over time, or they had to adjust their orbit a bit. It can happen, but the first and biggest step for sure is tracking and finding the gaps. And again, space is big. There are big gaps between all of this.
Yeah. I mean, for Kessler syndrome, potentially, of, running out of space in space. But most people are good stewards in orbit, is the best way to put it. Most countries, in that they try and now limit all orbital debris as much as possible. And anything that can be deorbited is deorbited. And if it can't, then it's put into what's known as a graveyard orbit, basically where they throw all the trash so it's far away from any of the actual satellites that they need to launch. And if they do know that there is going to be a satellite in the way, then they have cutouts, particularly in the launch window, if there is a window, where they'll go, hey, it's a 2-hour window, but we can only give you 6 T-zeros because otherwise you might hit into some debris. Also, Nick Kane with a great question here. I think we just saw the answer to that if you look at Alexandra's hands there, saying random one, but any issue with numb feet or pins and needles when spending 2+ hours with their legs elevated? Having spoken to some astronauts, yeah, it can be a thing. Laying on your back for that long is definitely not the most comfortable, but once you get into that microgravity environment, that is a lot more comfortable.
Mm-hmm. I think, Sawyer, you're so humble.
Well, thank you.
Right, I just happen to have spoken to a couple of astronauts to it. Like, We know your astronaut friends, Sawyer. We know your astronaut friends.
That wasn't even meant to be a flex. It was just a legitimate way to answer the question of like, oh, I've asked about that, and yeah. Okay. Unintentional Sawyer flex, but I'll take it.
They're always there.
Also, there is some awesome support coming in Tar, saying "Go Crew Dragon 9." Yes, Go Crew 9. Getting our info from shop.nasaspaceflight.com. We've got Tone Deaf Coyotes saying more lanyards, more better. The NSF meetup lanyards are multiplying, it sounds like.
Stop. I've got them right here. I don't know what everyone's complaining about. I've got them right next to me. They're literally on the floor in their UPS bag, not sponsored, right next to me. The same bag they arrived in, I walked past twice.
You can almost puzzle the whole story based on this information.
Yeah, you don't even need to know the story. Mr. Lanyard.
Mr. Lanyard!
Would you rather that or Mr. Map?
Come do a crew launch, they said. It'll be fun, they said. We wouldn't be mean to you, they said.
No one promised the last one.
Yeah, I never said to anybody nobody will mean to you. Will be mean to you. My God.
All right. Let's see here. Milo 3D, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Capcom and above gets access to the NSF Discord. So pop in and say hi once you get that access. And Shay coming in with more support again. Thank you for all of the support so far today, saying, isn't JAXA testing a craft designed to retrieve or deorbit space debris? I think there's a couple of people working on that.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with JAXA's specific program, but I know that there are many, many agencies around the world. For example, I know even the UK Space Agency, which, the UK doesn't have a great, launch record at nil, but we're still working on developing the resources to clear up space debris.
Yeah, I know the DLR, the German Space Agency, also is working on a way to stop rotating satellites, for example, and deorbit them, because that's also a problem. Like once they go into a rotation, you need to kind of grab them and they're in a rotation. So that's I saw that device once. So yeah, there are different kind of technologies working on that. There are also companies working on it. So yeah.
Yep. And yeah, they are working on trying to do a whole bunch of deorbit stuff with that. It is absolutely a goal to keep space clean as much as possible.
Richard in chat says, hey, the UK put a satellite into orbit on its own vehicle and then cancelled the program. That's wrong. We cancelled the program and then we put the satellite into space because the rocket was on the pad already. That's how that worked.
Yeah, it's worth noting the UK is the only country who have an orbital launch vehicle and then just not remove its access to orbit.
Remove its access to orbit before it's obtained the access to orbit. It's a crazy stuff. It's like the most British politics thing ever. It's, I laugh at it in self-pity. It's, yeah.
I mean, yeah, being pedantic with parts of it, but they had the ability to go to space and then removed it. Hopefully that will return soon with some of the awesome private companies that are also launching, with some planned from the UK. Ryan, I'll put this one to you as well. Here's one from Ken saying, if the situation demanded it, could the Super Draco escape system be used while still on the pad?
Absolutely. The launch escape system is designed for pad escapes and in-flight escapes. As we've seen, SpaceX has conducted a pad abort test with Crew Dragon from this very pad. They conducted that a few years ago now, I think in 2016 maybe, and they, as you probably saw, conducted an in-flight abort test in 2020. So SpaceX has demonstrated they can abort off the pad and abort in flight. So that's exactly why this launch escape system exists, in order to abort from the pad and in flight.
Yep, that is their main purpose. That is the escape system. It's not one of those towers that you sometimes see attached to, say, the Saturn V or to Soyuz, which also their job is to pull the vehicle away, as opposed to this one, which is more push itself away.
I mean, I would take this system any day over the ejection seats on Gemini.
Yeah, good point. Or shuttle, which basically didn't have one at a very specific altitude. Later in the program, they had a little hole that would stick out the side that the crew could slide out of, but it was very limited in when that could be used. And you could see there again the radar looking not so great at the moment. Again, at this moment, the entirety of the Kennedy Space Center and Cape Canaveral Space Force Station is currently in a Phase 2 lightning warning. Phase 1 is a lightning watch, Phase 2 is a lightning warning. Good news is we are still an hour-ish away from the scheduled start of fueling, so hopefully we can get into that. Also, there are strong wind peaks. Keep an eye on. Be
Yep,
careful. For some
and
reason, I want to say Tim Peaks, not Wind Peaks.
it's we expect that this lightning warning needs to be cleared at least at the latest probably around T-minus 35 minutes, because that's when they want to start to fuel this rocket. So usually that's where we hope that lightning warning is cleared. But SpaceX earlier has said they hope there is a gap in the weather.
Right now it's just a waiting game. There's a huge block of time from minus 1 hour and 55 minutes to minus 42 minutes between Dragon hatch closure and the crew access arm retract. And that's built into the schedule on purpose. It gives SpaceX flexibility in the event that something they weren't expecting pops up. But yeah, right now we're waiting till minus 42 minutes, which is when that crew access arm will retract. The T-minus 38-minute mark, the Dragon launch escape system, which we were just talking about, will then be armed, and we're looking for prop load start at minus 35 minutes, so just shy of an hour's time.
Yeah, but we're getting close to that call point there, but there's still plenty of time for the weather to clear out. And as mentioned in a briefing from the core, the crew operations and resource engineer, basically the SpaceX Capcom, to the crew aboard Dragon, they said that the weather, they think they might be able to have a gap that they can hit at T0. So they're hopeful, and that the weather aboard along the abort corridor, which was originally a moderate risk, appears to be improved.
We like improved.
Yeah, it sounds like that's not the issue. The issue is now going to be getting this clearing here from this not so great weather system currently over the Cape. Let's see.
I want to address something here, because I see people talking about who licensed it for 4 seats. SpaceX proposed it to 7. Like, I see people are like discussing about that. First off, NASA right now has like officially certified it to launch up to 4 people. That's the way NASA right now wants to use Crew Dragon. And of course, it's a NASA mission, so it follows NASA's requirements. The FAA didn't initially certify Crew Dragon. That is not what they did. What they are doing right now is handling the certification of certain launches after the experimental stage of the program. So just to divide that out of each other, that's the situation there. It's not that, I don't know, the FAA is saying they're only allowed to use 4 seats or something like that. It's just a NASA and SpaceX communication thing that they are talking between each other, and that's the best way forward right now. And from what we can tell, it is not a thing that SpaceX asked, hey, can we use 7? And NASA said no. It's just a way they're moving forward together right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of spiciness in chat, and if you really want the spiciness, that's what the Flame Trench is for. Fridays, 5 p.m. Eastern, here on NSF.
Yeah, I was informed that apparently next week's Friday is Hawaiian shirt day.
I mean, I'm going to be wearing my Thrust Collection shirt, probably. But that's from shop.nasaspaceflight.com.
Haha!
Yes, including representing our Merlin engines here that are flying today. Now,
Absolutely.
You were talking about the scale earlier. While we have the scale here, I want to point something out that's been mentioned. You've got the 4 Lightning Towers, you've got the Crew Access Tower, you got Falcon, and then you have an armored tank. You look down there, there it is. There is the tank. What's the point of the tank there, Ryan?
Well, in the event that something goes horribly wrong and they need to escape, there's their escape vehicle.
Yep, that is their armored vehicle. So they have slides that would unfurl essentially. The crew would then go down those slides into that vehicle and then drive away from the pad as far as possible. So this is similar to what they had for the shuttle days, where you had an armored vehicle that they would escape to. Again, the difference being that 39A has these slide wire baskets that you would hop in, hit a button, and it would take you as far away as possible in a basket at up to 60 miles an hour. This one uses slides, which is a lot more fun. So yeah, that's it's an armored vehicle more so than a tank, but figured we should mention that. So tanks for bringing that up in the back. No? Okay.
Nope. For 84 minutes to go here in the countdown.
Yeah.
Moving slowly but surely to the business end.
Yes, as we are under that 90-minute mark now. 84 minutes or so until liftoff here. This is the Crew-9 mission. This is the Crew Dragon Freedom with 2 people on board. You have NASA astronaut Nick Hague and Russian cosmonaut Aleksandr Gorbunov. The 2 of them will be on their way to the International Space Station and spend time there until February of 2025, when they will return along with Butch and Sonny, Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore, from the Boeing Starliner crew flight test. They are taking the ride back on Dragon instead. So we will see that hopefully in February, and hopefully we will see a launch today. Do you mind giving us a quick rundown, Adrian, on the booster and the capsule and everything for this?
Sure, why not? The booster of this mission is B-1085. B-1085 flew one time so far, debuted on the Starlink Group 10-5 mission on August 20. Actually launched from the same pad it's launching from today, Slick 40. So that booster, relatively fresh, relatively new, just one kind of demo flight almost behind it. So quite an interesting history in that. Of course, the landing recovery zone today will be landing zone 1 here. So we will see a return to launch site landing on this mission. And then, of course, moving over to the capsule. The capsule is C212, also called Freedom, the Crew Dragon capsule that will do its 4th flight today, after debuting on the SpaceX Crew-9 mission in April of 2022, and then flying Axiom mission 2 and 3 in May 2023 and January 2024. And now it's flying for the 4th time on the Crew-9 with 2 people inside. So that's your quick rundown over the vehicles.
There you go. And here is some fun facts about this mission. The 90th launch of the year and the 9th this month, squeezing that in just before the end of September here. The 377th orbital flight of Falcon 9, 207th from Slick 40, and there's the keynote. The making history there, the first crew flight from this launch pad at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Hopefully the 45th landing at LZ-1. And this will be the 46th orbital flight of a Dragon capsule and 15th SpaceX human spaceflight. Here we go.
And now recapping the whole process we have seen so far, not that much changes, right? To the overall expectations we had. I mean, we didn't have a phone. That's big. And there also wasn't a NASA logo on the wall to sign, which is SpaceX. And the room was a bit, roomier. I think that's the big changes here that we are having so far.
Yeah, I mean, so far from Slick 40, and a much flatter, basically, crew access arm, roomier as they get in. Those are the main differences. I mean, the Dragon itself, though, is pretty much the same as we're used to seeing. As mentioned, that's the 4th flight of this Dragon. Right now, you have Crew Dragon Endeavour up there, which I believe is on its 5th flight. So these capsules are really getting some time underneath them. So we should really hear from someone then who works on Crew Dragon. Well, Dee had the opportunity to talk to John Posey, who's the Crew Dragon lead engineer in the Commercial Crew program. Let's take a listen into some of that interview.
Yeah, hi, I'm John Posey. I work as the Dragon lead engineer on NASA's Commercial Crew program.
So when did you first get into aerospace?
Oh, let's see. So I've been excited about aerospace since I was a kid, followed along with the NASA shuttle missions, went into school for aerospace engineering. Of course, I had wanted my whole life to work on the space program, so I was excited when I graduated to get a job working on the space shuttle out here and following all those flights as a propulsion engineer until the retirement of the space shuttle. And then around that time, I'd already started working the early steps of commercial crew development.
Awesome. So this mission is a bit unique with 2 astronauts going up and 4 coming back. So are there any unique preparations being done weight and supply-wise to prepare for the changing crew number?
Yeah, and you know, it's actually not too significant of a change. You know, the 2 crew in the middle, you mentioned weight. That is something that's always checked, is the allocation and layout of everything in the vehicle for center of gravity purposes. And with the 2 crew, that's a really great place to be for center of gravity for Dragon. There's not really too many other configuration changes. Of course, you mentioned supplies. The outer seats, of course, there's nobody hooked into those umbilicals, so there's umbilical closeouts there for the ride uphill. And it'll be real easy just for Butch and Sunny when they're ready to unclip those and clip in their suit umbilicals for the ride down.
Butch and Sunny are up there right now, and were there to be any sort of contingency, they would be returning in Crew 8. So what sort of work was done to prepare Crew 8 to have more than 4 astronauts?
Yeah, great question. So, you know, one of the great things about having the Commercial Crew program and working closely with partners like SpaceX, they're very flexible, is we can work directly with them on whatever the problem at hand may be and quickly iterate on solutions. You know, we have looked at in the past for prior emergency return configurations, you know, if something were to happen, either with a Soyuz crew member and we had to return with them. And in that time, we looked at the configuration of, you know, under the standard suits, there are the 3 cargo pallets, and we can reconfigure those for crew capability if needed. And that was actually something that was planned out and prepared for by our program and the space station program to have hardware, straps and things that you would need to reconfigure that. So very similar to prior reconfig, but it's great to be able to have that capability if you need it. And it's, yeah, it's primarily just accumulation of the right cargo shapes to form a seat and straps to hold them in safely.
One of the changes being made due to the trunks return is the shift to the West Coast.
That's right.
Are there any other changes being considered to ensure the safe re-entry of the trunk away from populated areas?
So the trunk design is pretty much constant at this point. We've made changes over the years to try to improve its demisability, they call it, its ability to burn up on re-entry. But the safest thing to do is going to be to shift the re-entry trajectory to trajectory that lines up for West Coast landings. And that way we can perform a longer deorbit burn to deorbit the trunk with us, and then separate, and it'll splash down safely uprange in the Pacific Ocean in a very deterministic manner, which will be a big improvement for our program to ensure that we can actually have a very specific impact location and time.
So, of course, you're on Dragon, but a lot of our viewers are curious what the sort of crossover between the future plans for crewed Starship are. So are you interfacing with people who are working on Starship for any of the crew-related systems there?
So currently Commercial Crew is focused on, you know, Dragon and Starliner for crew delivery. There are folks that work on both suborbital and other space act agreements on other vehicles. We do have a space act agreement with SpaceX that might include Starship at some point in the future, and I'm on that team, but we're waiting to see how that all pans out. Of course, you know, the majority of the NASA team interfacing with SpaceX on Starship would be part of the HLS lander for lunar missions under the Artemis program. So, but we do actually, you know, communicate. So I do occasionally get to talk to those folks and tell them what we're seeing or ask how things are going. And so I think in the future there's plenty of opportunities there to see crossover support. And of course, some of my team, you know, maybe doesn't work full-time Commercial Crew and also supports that program. So we do get some good crossover training and things of that nature within NASA.
And lastly, to finish off, what's something you want to talk about, you haven't talked about before, you don't usually get asked, but you want to share from your work?
That's a good question. Let me think. I would say that mainly just for folks to know how well the NASA team has, adapted under the Commercial Crew program to working with commercial providers, and how that really pays benefits and dividends to NASA. We have great access to information. We can reach out to our partners and understand everything about the design without having to own the design. They can go take the design and push it in ways that we wouldn't necessarily need to do for our missions. And just the level of transparency that we have working with the commercial partners has been amazing. And so on the NASA side, you think NASA is this big organization, right? I mean, the spacecraft engineering team on NASA is less than 100 people. So imagine, something that would be unthinkable in the Apollo or shuttle days, right? To only have, double-digit NASA engineers working on not one, but in this case, 2 spacecraft for a given crew launch capability. So, we're flexible and then really leaning into the benefits of commercialization.
Awesome. And would you like to give a quick send-off to the astronauts?
All right, so Crew-9, Godspeed. Nick and Alexander, have a great flight up there, and we'll see you and Butch and Sunny on the way down.
Fantastic interview. Thank you so much for doing that and getting that awesome soundbite there. And yes, we are rooting for the crew, which you can see there. Everything proceeding so far. 73 minutes to go until launch. Of course, keeping an eye on the weather. The next weather update is coming up at the T-minus 1 hour mark. So we'll be keeping an eye and an ear out for that. I do want to thank some people here while we have a moment. Snot Garden, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Hot Fan, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Telstar86, does the armored truck say, "Thanks for the memories"? It's working. It's spreading. Fine.
I'm not sure. No.
Fine. Tone Deaf Coyotes wants to know how many SpaceX launches since the start of Lanyard Gate. That wasn't on our sheet there.
That's... Are we still bringing up Lanyard Gate?
Apparently.
No comment.
There we go. Let's see. Tim V with a very interesting, thought-provoking question here. Adrian, I'll start with you on this one. It already seems pretty safe, but what would be the next big step to make spaceflight even safer?
Interesting question. I think we already saw a big step, of course, with the Commercial Crew program with mandatory abort systems, because the whole capsule approach, of course, in that brings you always closer to having an abort system, testing that as well. That was a big step. Honestly, I think with the current systems, we are probably talking about flight rate. I think the higher you bring up your flight rate, the higher you understand the limitations of vehicles, and you get to understand what exactly you need to improve for higher reliability. But I think high flight rate just always helps you to understand limitations. So yeah, I'm going with that.
Yeah, I mean, safety has continued to improve dramatically over time, and it's just like airline travel. I feel like the more you do it, the more routine it becomes in a way, and the more you kind of fine-tune everything, is the best way to put it. Because, I mean, this still isn't easy. It's not like, driving a car or anything yet, so.
Yeah.
We do have an update tweet here from SpaceX, or post on X, I should say, saying all systems are looking good for today's launch of Crew-9. Teams are keeping an eye on the weather, which is 55% favorable for liftoff. That is the latest number that we had heard prior to today as well. So they're obviously still continuing to watch. The main issues, again, keep an eye on. You could see those clouds right there are definitely a part of that. They're not the most nice looking. They're slightly ominous, but the main concern is that it could fly through those clouds and actually create lightning. So flight through precipitation is a concern. Obviously, the surface field electric rule a concern there too.
Yeah, I think the last update was the board is still red, correct?
Last we had heard, the weather was still red. Again, the update will be coming at the T-minus 1 hour mark for the next weather update prior to fueling, which is scheduled to start at T-minus 35 minutes. So there's still time between there. And the Phase 2 lightning warning has cleared. They are still on a Phase 1 lightning watch.
So what might happen here, just to prepare everybody, is they have done it in the past where they might go for fueling, because if they are allowed to fuel, they might, and just hope for like a good trend in the weather until the T-0. So that's sometimes what they tend to do, is like, okay, let's fuel and let's see how it goes. So that's at least giving them more time for the weather to clear.
That's what we're hoping for here, yes. We're also hoping that they launch aboard those Merlin 1Ds at the bottom. I love the Merlin 1D engines, don't you, Adrian?
I absolutely love that. I wish there was I don't know, like a nice shirt or something that you could buy if you really like the Merlin 1D. Or I don't know, have a mug where you drink your coffee in the morning, and then it's kind of like Merlin or Raptor powered, you know? There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Available at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Our thrust collection here. We've got all of your favorite engines with more to come. Starting off with, you've got Raptor, you've got Merlin, we've got RS-25 because Go Shuttle, and the BE-4s as well. So exciting times there. And yeah, thrust you can trust, and merch you can trust. Shop.nasaspaceflight.com. I can't wait to see BE-4s fly. We've got Vulcan coming up, and then we've got New Glenn coming up.
Yep, it's gonna be a busy BE4 quarter potentially.
BE4 what?
Before excitement.
Excitement guaranteed, right?
There we go. We saved the line.
Yes. Close enough. Let's see. Six-string simpleton. Ryan, do you know if the astronauts get to keep the suit?
I'll be honest, I'm not sure. I wonder if they're owned by NASA after the flight. I know, for example, Jared Isaacman's Inspiration 4 suit is on display at the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex, so I'm not 100% sure who takes ownership of them and when. Maybe the astronauts get them after a certain amount of time? I don't know. I'll be honest. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't think we actually know the official answer to it. As you mentioned, though, yeah, Jared Isaacman's suit is available, and you can see that at the Gateway exhibit at the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex. As for his Polaris Dawn suit, that's still to be determined. You can see they're practicing the hatch egress techniques there, opening that side hatch if they were to need to. And Bama Mike is asking, how long is required to egress in an emergency? I think the answer is just yes. Right, Adrian?
Yes. The answer is yes, and fast. Of course, they have ways to open this hatch very, very fast. And from there on out, it's basically just down the access arm, and on the other side, you have the escape system. So that would be their quickest way to safety.
There you go. Yeah, you could see them practicing some of that egress there on the left side of your screen as they sit waiting on the right side.
Yep. And of course, they've trained, like, this is very crucial part of all of the astronauts training. Like, they always learn how to behave if something goes off normal. Like, if something goes not according to plan, that's where you need to take action. And that's where they train for, because if you trained it, then you're not as surprised when it happens. You don't need to
Dragon,
think what you
heads
do.
up
You
that we
just
are going
have
to be cycling the orbit tank isolation valves to equalize the low flow pressure system.
Freedom copies. Thanks for the heads up.
Yep, and you can see there on the left, that is the emergency slide system that they were talking about as you hear the crew being briefed on a valve that they're about to open that may cause some noise in the vehicle, so they're not surprised.
Yep. I really want to slide that slide.
Oh my gosh, that looks so much fun.
Yep.
I mean, obviously, we hope it's never
Looks-
used intentionally, but yeah.
Yeah. I want to use it for fun. Better?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. But yeah, they train for all of that, and like you were saying, they prepare for any type of contingency or an abort, which Nick Hague has experienced. In case you're unaware, his first flight was Soyuz MS-10 in 2018, but during that flight, there was a catastrophic booster failure, is how NASA worded it, basically resulting in that mission having to abort mid-flight. Thankfully, the crew escape system aboard Soyuz worked exactly as planned, and he was able to fly again the following year, Soyuz MS-12, and actually spend 200 days aboard the ISS. It was him and Alexei Ovchinin, which, as we pointed out earlier, Alexei also just arrived back at the International Space Station aboard Soyuz MS-26. So the two former crew members will be reunited once again in space. Let's take some more of your questions here. Shai Shuki wondering, will they see the asteroid that's coming by? I don't think we know, do we, Ryan?
No, I'm not. I wouldn't be 100% on that one either.
Yeah, I don't think we really know that. We'll find out once they get up there. For those who don't know, there is the discussion again of you've probably seen the headlines. Oh, Earth will get second moon for a few months. So kind of along those lines, an asteroid that'll be flying close by. I'll give this one to you, Ryan. Tim V wants to know, are the astronauts allowed to nap while waiting?
I think we had that before, right? Where they, at least we saw. Was that on demo 2?
Yep,
I
they took a nap at one point
maybe.
during demo 2.
Yeah, like there was some napping for sure. So I don't like. I feel like the commander probably has to communicate constantly. But if you're like, I don't know, on one of the mission expert seats and you're not really that involved in the countdown, maybe you can take a quick nap. Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen them fall asleep before. I think even during Starliner we saw it.
Yeah. So yeah, they can absolutely nap. It's if they don't have anything to do right now, they can nap. And if they have something to do, you will be waked up.
Oh, for sure. But yeah, you see them still there answering all the comms. That's most important. Also interesting, you can tell who's the first-time flyer just based off of who's sitting there super chill and who's acting a little more on the fidgety side.
That was so interesting about these demo missions, both on Starliner and on Dragon, because of course that were very experienced astronauts, right? And they were so chill. Like it was so crazy to me how on both of these demo missions they were just relaxing. They were like, yeah, taking the bus to work, I guess.
Yeah, there you go, taking the bus to work. That's like it. There you can see still a little on the cloudy side there, but right now it looks like 76% humidity. Winds seem pretty light. Yeah, we
Dragon
should be getting that
SpaceX,
next
you
weather
are
briefing
go
in 90
for
seconds.
section 5 of 4.100. Please report when you are go for launch.
And Freedom copies. We're go for section 5 and 4.01. I'm sorry, 4.100.
Continuing through their checklist there. As mentioned, we're about a minute away from what will be the next weather briefing, which they will hopefully then relay to the crew. And we should be able to hear that as well. So in terms of the timeline, here's a look at where we're at right now with the hatch closed. The next thing will be the crew access arm retract at T-minus 42 minutes. That's that long white arm that kind of looks like a jet bridge. Then, just before fueling, they will arm the launch escape system aboard Dragon. That way, in case something were to happen during fueling, they can basically pull the capsule away as quick as possible. Fueling beginning at T-minus 35 minutes, continuing to follow the traditional Falcon 9 fuel, beginning with the RP-1 rocket propellant 1, a refined form of kerosene, and liquid oxygen, or LOX, into the first stage, with RP-1 on its own into the second stage. That's followed by the T-minus 20-minute, 20-second
SpaceX
vent,
Freedom,
call it.
section 5, 5.4, we're go for launch.
copies. Crew are ready for launch.
There you go. You heard that. The crew is ready for launch. Let's hope that the weather is as we hit the T-minus 1 hour mark. And then everything we're used to seeing there. The lightning watches have also disappeared at this point from KSC weather. So as of now, it looks like things are proceeding. We will see, though, hopefully from SpaceX, what the deal is in terms of the official weather forecast.
Yeah, it involves much more than lightning. Like, lightning clearing, great. But we are still talking about Ascent corridor weather, we are talking about clouds, we are talking about all these kind of different aspects of SpaceX monitoring besides lightning itself. Because as Sawyer has said before here, there doesn't have to be lightning in the air right now, but a rocket can produce lightning if it goes through the wrong clouds.
Exactly. Yes, it is the cumulus cloud rule, which is there for that exact reason.
Yep. So lots of different things to watch here, and it's going to be an interesting 58 minutes.
Oh, yes, it is. Hopefully we get into that fueling part, and then we will see from there. Again, we need that go for fueling, which will come closer to T-minus 38, or excuse me, T-minus 40 minutes, with the crew escape system arming scheduled at T-minus 38 minutes. Let's see. JJ Colomb, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. Shaisuke, thank you for more support there. And Shay is asking, how long is NASA's deal with Roscosmos? Adrian, do we know?
I'm not sure if we know how long this like beta, like the switch agreement is going on. I always assumed, at least that's my part, I assumed it's ongoing as long as the ISS is there.
I think that's what NASA wants. It just depends what's on paper. It's confirmed for this flight because he's inside the capsule, and it's also confirmed for the next SpaceX Crew rotation, Crew-10, as Kirill Peskov is assigned for Mission Specialist 2. Crew-11 and beyond have not been confirmed, like the crew arrangements, but I do believe NASA has publicly said many times they want this barter agreement with Roscosmos. It gives them redundancy in case Dragon and Starliner are not able to launch. We've seen Falcon grounded, or the FAA doesn't like to call it grounded, but we've seen the Falcon license held twice this year already. We've seen the issues with Starliner. NASA likes redundancy, so they want to keep the agreement up.
Right, and for right now, they are sticking with just Crew Dragon. They did say, though, that once they see Starliner fly a couple more times and feel comfortable with it, then they would consider adding some of their crew members to Starliner. But for now, they are sticking to keeping their cosmonauts on Crew Dragon, and considering that there's only one option, NASA astronauts are flying aboard Soyuz. Let's see here. We are getting very close to launch now. T-minus 56 minutes and 45 seconds and counting. Here is a good question. John is wondering, do these two have more work because they're a crew of 2, not 4? What do you think, Ryan?
They do not. The crew work. How should I word this? The amount of work for Crew-9 is staying the same, but there's only 2 members being launched. There's already 2 members of Crew-9 aboard the International Space Station. Butch and Sunny are essentially going to be assuming the roles of the 2 crew members who are not launching today, which is the former Commander Zena Cardman and the former Mission Specialist Stephanie Wilson. So they'll be reassigned to later flights, but their work will still be conducted just by Butch and Sunny instead. So think of Crew-9 as having 2 members already on board the station. The remaining 2 members are just being launched today.
Got it, yeah. And a lot of the launch itself is towards the automated side, so it's okay if there's a little more automation. It's expected. The official countdown clock continuing to count down 55.5 minutes until liftoff. Brandon Loomis, thank you for becoming a launch director member, one of the higher levels of support that we have here at NSF. Not only do you get the photos that we post here and occasional behind-the-scenes video, you also get the fantastic access to Discord for Capcom and above, which, if you're a member make sure you check out Discord right now. There's actually a members multi-view that you can check for this launch as well. And you also get your name at the end of NSF Live and Flame Trench. Here's a really good thought question. Hobie is wondering, with space tourism a future goal, how can they make it easier to launch or prep quote-unquote normal humans for flight and having weather concerns minimal?
So weather concerns, there are. So SpaceX hopes that, for example, Starship is able to withstand weather a bit better than Falcon 9. That's one part of it. But weather is weather. Like there will always be some constraints. Of course, you can look at, as we always refer to it, as pushing the envelope, and understanding your vehicle better, which will give you more room to launch, maybe because you just understand the limitations of all of this better. But there will always be constraints. The whole lightning thing, like, that's not gonna go away just like that. So not gonna be that easy. And also the whole preparation. I mean, they're not doing these preparations as a because they think they like it looks good. They need these preparations and all of this extra checks and everything, because right now that's the standard that needs to be applied to spaceflight. Otherwise, it's just not considered safe. So yeah, finding more ways to automate it, maybe finding more ways to, for example, like if you're looking at a commercial liner, maybe they can automate the checks if the seal is free of debris, stuff like that. But it's spaceflight. It will always stay, at least for the significant foreseeable future, probably a bit tricky.
Yeah. It's definitely something that's going to need to be worked out over time. Right now, it's still in its infancy in a way, especially as we just start with space tourism. You still have New Shepard, which is on the slower side. Right now, you have Virgin Orbit, which is currently in a bit of a pause as they get their next vehicles online. So there's still a lot to go to that point.
Virgin Orbit? I think Virgin Orbit's in a little bit more of a pause, Sawyer.
I thought I said VG, not VO. Sorry, Virgin Galactic. Yeah, Virgin Orbit, not flying. Let's see. Joe Kangas asking, is the crew access arm for pad 40 longer than 39A? It just looks a tad longer. What are the main differences now that we've seen it in use that we can see, Adrian?
So it's not angled because
Yeah.
the 39A one needs to be a bit angled to perfectly fit, because of course the original tower was not built for Falcon 9. So that's one part. And also the end of the tower looks very different, because it's featuring a different space for the final egressing the crew and everything. So it has been a bit of adapted, but I think the main change is really the inclination, which is different. Besides that, not that different of a design.
Yeah.
The white room is much bigger. Also, the end of the arm, like 39As, you know, like how a jetway has like that, like rubber seal thing that like goes onto the airplane. It looks like they have one of them on the arm at 39A, but at 40, it looks like they just have a solid cover that's at an angle. At least that's how it looks to me in my mind.
Yeah, and more windows. Those are the main differences there.
More
but
windows, more better.
And yes, apparently it is 6 feet longer than the one at 39A. So there's your exact numbers on that. Anish asking, is this capsule new or is it reused, Ryan?
This capsule for Crew-9 is Crew Dragon Freedom, which means it has been flown before. I think it's actually the newest Crew Dragon crew capsule in operation, but it's not the least flown. This will be its 4th flight. It has previously conducted Crew 4, which was its maiden mission, and 2 Axiom missions. It's conducted Axiom 2 and Axiom 3. First flew in October 2022, so a couple years ago now. But this will be its 4th flight.
There we go, yes. So continuing to reuse the Dragon capsules, at least the pressurized portion of it, and the booster itself also reused. This one marking its second flight for B-1085, previously launching the Starlink Group 10-5 mission from this very Launchpad, Space Launch Complex 40, at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Here's a good question from Ben Creasy.
Dragon SpaceX for
Adrian,
a weather update.
let's stand by for the weather.
Freedom's with you.
Dragon, have good news that the most of the concerning weather that we saw from earlier has either cleared the pad or is trending to clear. We are still watching some precipitation, and we are expecting our next cross-check at around the T-minus 45-minute mark. We'll let you know, along with the go-no-go for a prop load, what that weather looks like. How copy?
Freedom copies. Outstanding news. Thank you.
What we want to hear, trending in the right direction. You can see that fist bump there, too, as they got the word. Gotta love that. So, as of right now, again, to re-emphasize what they just said, the weather still something they're watching, but it appears that everything is moving out of the way. There is still some potential rain in the area that they are going to be looking out for, and they will give a go, no-go for fueling in typically about 8 minutes and 40 seconds from now. So prior to that, at the T-minus 45-minute mark, they will check in with weather again, and we will hear, weather-wise, if they are go, no-go for fueling at that point. I think that's where we're at.
Yeah, things certainly moving in the direction we want. Like, I like when we get more and more optimistic over the course of such a broadcast, because that usually means something's going right. So let's hope this trend continues. Of course, there's always the chance that something doesn't look like they wanted to have it for launch and they have to adjust. But for now, it seems we might. I'm not saying we will. I'm not jinxing it. I'm saying we might get a crew launch in 48 minutes.
Yeah, everything crossed that it does. Let's see. Anish with another good question. So we talk about, the pressure hull there. What on a crew capsule is not reused? Obviously, we know the trunk, but is the heat shield replaced? Do we know the answer to that one? Whoever wants to take it.
The trunk, so the trunk is not reused because it's ditched and it burns up upon re-entry. I believe they will refurbish the heat shield. I'm not sure if it'd be entirely replaced.
Attention operators on countdown. Polling is complete, and the joint NASA and SpaceX team have polled go for launch escape arm, propellant load, and launch. For all operators in MCCX and Hangar X, both control rooms will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and will remain in that state until the launch escape system is disarmed. All operators are to remain at their console, maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming of the launch escape system, following orbit insertion or propellant offload. In the event of a scrub, stand by for hold and launch escape protocols. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and they will approve aborting the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto-sequence and immediately proceed into the launch abort auto-sequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off and relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules.
There we go.
That is always a bit of a goosebump moment, like this when you get this kind of briefing during like a crew launch, because it's like they're talking about launching crew into space in 45 minutes. So always an interesting moment.
Indeed. As I was saying, I'll quickly wrap it up. They obviously clean the Dragons because it's white and they come back rather tinged. So SpaceX does go over, give the Dragons a clean. I would not be surprised if they do some heat shield work. And it looks like we have a fairing recovery vessel on its way back.
Obviously no fairings on board because of no recent launches, but yes, it appears so. I know Doug went out recently. But yeah, so a couple things to note in that. excuse me, they did say that they are go to arm the launch escape system prior to fueling, and so far go for launch. Again, that does not mean that the weather is go for launch yet. It just means that so far
And launch
systems
control
are
at
go.
this time. You may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement. Launch control copies. Arming now.
So again, that's not the official go all the way for launch. They are still going to watch the weather, and obviously once we get towards fueling, watch for that. But
Crew
so
arm
far,
is armed for motion.
and we should see the crew access arm rotate away shortly. That can move back into place really quickly if absolutely needed, but for now, there it goes.
Crew access arm
fine.
retraction
Access
has
arm.
started.
Maybe I'm just remembering wrong, but it feels faster than the one at 39A.
That
Oh,
feels really fast.
It does feel much faster. Also, there are 3 connections to the tower as opposed to the 1 that there is over at 39A as well, if I remember reading that correctly. And there we go.
Yeah.
Already pretty much out of the way.
Yeah. It seems to, maybe it's just slowed down a bit now, or stopped. Are they? It keeps
still a
going
little
back in like
movement.
segments. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out, maybe they're stopping it not at 90, but maybe at like 70 or 80. I'm not sure. This is the first time we're seeing a crew launch from this
Crew
pad,
access
so
arm retraction
we're-
complete.
And
There
it's
we go.
complete. We're seeing this for the first time, as all of you guys. It only goes to about, what's that, 50-ish degrees?
Far enough out of the way, but close enough that they can get it back quickly if needed.
Indeed.
And also worth noting, you talk about them saying hold and things like that. That is not a hold in the count now. That is just the procedure of if they see something that is, shall we say, off nominal or something that is a cause for concern, that is what they will do to stop a countdown. We hope we don't hear that.
Dragon
we will
SpaceX,
continue
you
to
are
monitor.
go for Section 6. Close visors and arm the launch escape system.
There we go. That's one of the last things they will
And
do
Freedom copies. We're go, Section 6.
That means
before
it's game
fueling.
time.
Yep, because they want to have the launch escape system armed before fueling. In case something goes wrong during fueling, they can use that system.
Exactly. Again, hope we never need it. but it's
SpaceX
armed.
Freedom, visors are closed, and we are arming the launch escape system.
SpaceX copies.
There are also physical manual ways to abort, but the main thing is if the vehicle detects anything, it can just automatically fire and bring the crew to safety, as Nick Hague has experienced aboard Soyuz. And we should hopefully get that weather update soon as well of what it's looking like for liftoff. You can see there's still some concerning clouds there, but the last update, things were moving out of the way. Ben Creasy,
Launch
thank you
escape
for gifting.
system is verified armed.
There we go.
Good news. Getting closer. That is one of the last major things for the crew prior to fueling. In terms of the timeline here, the launch escape system is now armed a little bit early, actually. But fueling should begin if all is going according to plan at T-minus 35 minutes. In about an hour, hopefully or a minute, excuse me, we should hear whether they are go for fueling.
Yep, and the one thing that will not move to the left is the fueling. The fueling will happen at exactly 35 minutes to Z0. Not moving left, not moving right. That's just where it happens.
Exactly. So we will see in about 6 minutes from now if that fuel load begins. That's what
Usually
we're
they will
hoping.
call out launch auto sequence started at some point, and that basically is the moment where the Falcon 9 goes through these steps automatically.
Really quickly here, I do want to thank some people here just before that. Ben Creasy, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Shay with 20 gifted Red Team memberships. Dark Rain, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Along with Pablo M, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Hopefully we'll see you in Discord soon. Brandon Loomis, it does take a little bit once you join to be able to get into the Discord, so hopefully that will come soon. Shay also saying it's a commitment to watch these launches. I've been here since T-minus 3 hours plus. Some have been here longer. Sometimes they are S-worded, "You guys rock." Well, thank you.
And now I'm curious, Sawyer. May I take over the chat reins for a second here? Chat, who has been watching the whole stream here since the crew walked out? I'm just curious, like who is with us since that moment? I just want to see that.
Don't tell
me.
tales.
I was there.
Yeah, true, Sawyer. Thank you. Look at that. That's a lot of people.
Wow. Well, thank you for sticking with us here.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope you enjoyed the show so far. It has been quite fun.
It really has. As we get our view now from our field team at the Cape as well, it looks like, from this particular view. Everything absolutely gorgeous there, but again, the weather's still the watch item. We will keep an ear out on if they say anything about the weather as we get ready for the go for propellant load in just about a minute from now. So this is where it starts getting exciting and real here, huh?
Yeah, it's always the moment. I mean, it's hard to hide, right? It's different than any other launch. Crew involved always means there's a bit more tension. There's a bit more like you're laser focused, even as a commentator, to the screen, and it's just a bit of a different feeling. So yeah, absolutely.
Yep. We're gonna keep an ear out for that call, hopefully, that they are go for propellant load. That's when we'll get into the countdown here. And it's interesting to note that when they actually do train for the fueling procedure, they pump in noise, similar to basically recorded from actual capsules of the propellant load. So that way, when they're training, they know exactly what sounds and creaks and everything to expect inside the capsule as that fuel load happens. Coming up now on under 38 minutes to go until T0. And a reminder, this is the only launch attempt that they have today. If it does not go at 1:17 and 21 seconds p.m. Eastern Time, then it will not go today. So fingers crossed. And a reminder, you saw our Cape team out there with that view. You could see all the awesome pictures and everything from our Cape team from all of our social channels. So make sure you check those out. We are on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, X, Threads, you name it, we're there as NASA Spaceflight or NASA Spaceflight IG on Instagram. So check it out. There are the handles on the screen. Gorgeous helicopter view from around 40 right now. I'm trying to be careful and not answer too many questions yet. Because I'm waiting for
Tanks
that
are
word.
venting for the start of propellant load.
That's good word. Good words. We like these words.
Yes.
Again, auto sequence starts at 35 minutes.
Here's a question from Mr. Goose. Are the hypergolics already on board Dragon? When are those loaded? Adrian, do you know when they load those?
Usually, if I'm not fully mistaken, a few days before, right? Hypergolics are basically before they even put it on Falcon. If I'm not fully out of the loop here, but that's what I remember, that they are putting the hypergolics in a very controlled environment in the hangar before they put it even on the Falcon.
Oh yeah, they are. You're correct. They are definitely loaded prior to it even making it out to Slick 40. They are loaded up in their area known as Dragonland, and then sent out.
Dragonland?
That is what it's called, where they work on the capsules. In case you didn't know, by the way.
I really didn't know, but I love it.
Yes,
I want to go to Dragonland.
Yeah, it sounds like an amusement park. But we do have an update here from the NASA Commercial Crew Program Twitter. Weather has improved to 65% favorable, up from 55%. The officers are watching lightning, rain, and wind in the area. We're coming up on
I don't
the
know
launch...
how they... I guess they can watch wind. I was going to say I don't know how they watch wind. I thought you'd really hear the wind more than watch the wind. But you can watch the impact of the wind.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. The impact of the wind, also all of the wind monitoring systems, yes. And coming up on T-minus 35 minutes, it should be the start of fueling.
Propellant load has started.
For that exact thing, propellant load has begun.
I think we were then hearing a fantastic example of the impact of wind.
Yes, exactly. Here we go. So fueling about to begin. We will keep an eye on Falcon 9 as it gets frosty. So what is the fueling procedure for Falcon 9 for those who don't know, Ryan?
So they will begin the fueling procedure around-ish now. Fingers crossed we'll start seeing some frost from the liquid oxygen. So the propellant is super cooled. The liquid oxygen is obviously cryogenic because it is a gas at room temperature, as you know right now, because you're breathing it. Hopefully you're breathing it. And because of this cryogenic propellant, that's how that causes the frost on the outside of the vehicle, because it's very humid in Florida. That humidity, the skin of the rocket, should I say, is cooled because it's got really cold liquid oxygen inside, which then means that frost, and it kind of freezes the water in the air because it's humid on the outside, which then causes the frost on the outside of the vehicle. And as we see that frost rise, that roughly correlates to the amount of liquid oxygen that's inside both of the tanks. So there's one liquid oxygen tank in the first stage, one liquid oxygen tank in the second stage, and the same for RP1, Rocket Propellant 1, which is a very, very refined version of kerosene, and that is the propellant that Falcon 9 uses. So RP1 is then mixed with the liquid oxygen and do some fancy plumbing, and then you make fire and thrust out of your Merlin 1D engines. So that'll start to fuel the vehicle over the next few minutes here. They start working on stage 1, and then they'll start working on stage 2, and then the propellant load should wrap up, as you can see there on your screen, in about 31 minutes time. So we've got, as you can see, the RP1 is already loading, the LUX is already loading on the first stage. Now they're starting on the RP1 load on the second stage, and yeah, that'll wrap up in about half an hour. As we take a look at the countdown here, sky's looking quite nice.
Yeah, quite nice. I mean, look at the background.
Adrian, this is nice for British weather. This is nice.
Oh yeah, sorry, that might be cultural. Like, look at that nice weather there. So nice. Are we? Am I making too much fun about British weather now?
Yeah, just a little. I mean, the good and bad of Florida weather is that it can move very quickly.
Isn't that like a saying of like, if you don't like the weather in Florida right now, wait 5 minutes?
That's exactly the saying. Yes, not one of your usual German ones, but yes.
Yeah, right. I also am able to adapt.
So yes, yeah. If you don't like the weather, wait 5 minutes is what they jokingly say here in Florida, and we'll see. Again, hopefully they can find a hole in it. We saw that for Polaris Dawn, where the weather wasn't looking great, and then they happened to find a hole just at one of the T0s. But again, this is a singular T0. This is an instant launch window because it is a flight to the International Space Station.
We even saw with Crew-7 on 39A, they had some sort of leak detected or some odd gas detected in the tower, and they resolved that seconds before liftoff. So SpaceX really works on anything that could scrub a launch right up until the very end. If they're still working on stuff beyond T0, they have to stand down for the day because, like I said, it's an instantaneous window. They can't delay the launch.
Exactly.
The moment a hold is called, it's over.
Thankfully, there were none of those that we are aware of any gas leaks or anything on board. So far, everything's proceeding normally with the countdown, vehicles healthy, and fueling underway. So that's what we want to hear. That's what we want to see. Coming up on the T-minus 30-minute mark now. 30 minutes, 40 seconds to go. So for those who are just joining at the 30-minute mark, Adrian, where are we at in the countdown?
We are at the T-minus 30-minute mark. Now, we are in the stage where the Falcon 9 is being fueled. We are already having RP1 and liquid oxygen being fueled into the Falcon 9. And of course, the booster takes a bit longer to fuel. It's like both tanks being fueled already. On the second stage, they will switch at the T-minus 20-minute when to prepare deloading of the other commodity. So they are
Start at
basically
stage 1
fueling.
helium loading.
Also, they're apparently loading cryo-helium now on stage 1. If I just understood that correctly.
Yes.
So yeah, they're preparing 3 out of 4 tanks right now. The 4th tank will join at the T-minus 20-minute-ish. Actually, at T-minus 60 minutes, T-minus 20 just to wrap up. But yeah, we'll get to that. Besides that, everything looking good so far. SpaceX still watching the weather with like somebody's looking very angrily at the clouds. And we will have to wait and see if they go for the final weather briefing, which will of course be conducted closer to launch. Besides that, everything good to go to healthy astronauts in a healthy capsule on a healthy rocket.
Yep, there is the current weather around the area. Nice 30 degrees C, 86 Fahrenheit, 76% humidity, winds 14 miles per hour. Again, that's one of the items they're keeping an eye on, in addition to precipitation in the area and cumulus clouds that could create lightning as the rocket flies through it. So you can see the radar there. That is what weather officials with the 45th Weather Squadron, the United States Space Force, are keeping an eye on right now.
Just for my stupid eyes, and for maybe somebody else has which number are we looking at? Where are we?
Basically, where that blue box popped up, that's essentially Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. So wait for that blue box to pop up. There we go. That's where the launch pad is, essentially.
Yeah.
There we go.
So below Titusville, above Brevard, that little bit of land that juts out. The peninsula, also known as a cape.
The more you know.
There we go. I just wanted to have it pointed out so maybe people don't know.
Good call. And you can also see the frost now forming on the vehicle there. So that little smoke part that you see towards the bottom, that is completely and totally normal and expected.
It would be bad if it wouldn't be there.
Right. Exactly. But yeah, we're now at the T-minus 28-minute mark. As they watch the weather, the big thing will be at T-minus 1 minute, whether they decide to switch to onboard control of the launch when Falcon 9 enters startup. So T-minus 1 minute is going to be the big deciding factor weather-wise. But the crew looking pretty comfy in there. Ryan, do you mind giving us a rundown again of who we have currently on board Crew Dragon Freedom?
Sure thing. Let's meet our wonderful crew again, starting with Mission Specialist Aleksandr Gorbunov. He is, as I said, the Mission Specialist, was a Mission Specialist, remains a Mission Specialist, has not been upgraded to pilot, and he is a rookie, a space rookie. This will be his first flight into space. His day job is as a lieutenant in the Russian Air Force Reserve, and he was selected as a cosmonaut in 2018 as part of the 17th cosmonaut group. And previously he has worked as a design engineer for Energia, which is one of the big aerospace manufacturers in Russia. You may have heard that name before for a certain rocket. And moving on, we have the commander of today's mission, who is Nick Hague. His day job, he is a colonel in the US Space Force, and this will be his third flight, but his second flight to space, because he launched his first flight was on Soyuz MS-10, which, as we were talking about earlier, had that catastrophic booster failure during Ascent, so they had to abort. He later flew into space on Soyuz MS-12 alongside Alexei Ovchinin and flight engineer Christina Cook, who is now assigned to Artemis 2. You've probably seen her face about recently. He's conducted 3 EVAs, and this will be his second flight with only one crewmate, following on from Soyuz MS-10, which he only had. He was flying alongside Commander Ovchinin, who's already aboard the International Space Station right now, so he'll be reuniting with his former crewmate to become a current crewmate on there as well. This will be his third space flight, his first time commanding
Start
a
at stage
spacecraft.
2, cryo-helium loading.
All around, very, very professional astronaut, and you know, when you think of astronaut, just one of those faces you think of. Great guy.
Love the implications that they have a day job and astronaut is just like their hobby.
Well, I mean, yeah. Again, prior to that, he actually spent time at the Pentagon working on projects. And also worth noting that Nick Hague, what he worked on before this flight at the Cape, Starliner.
Yep.
Ironic, I bet.
I say day job kind of tongue in cheek. You know that's their. When I say day job, I mean that's their rank.
LD on countdown for weather update.
Here's the weather update.
Ooh.
Freedom's with you, LD.
All right, we have continued to have good trends. The cell development that we have been monitoring is continuing to stay at bay. We are trending favorably through the remainder of the count, and POV will remain still at the 30-35%. However, we're optimistic that we may have found our gap in the sky.
Yeah, Freedom copies. You're optimistic, we're optimistic. Let's do this.
There we go. Optimistic indeed. So it sounds like everything weather-wise trending in the right direction. They are still going to keep the percent violation at 65%, which was the latest update that we heard as well from the 45th Weather Squadron and the NASA Commercial Crew Program. Again, the concern being winds, rain in the area, and potential clouds that could cause lightning through it. So that is what we're going to watch for. But as of right now, they are proceeding towards the T0 of 1:17 and 21 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. So far, so good.
Yeah, we're progressing well here. Everything looking good. It's one of these. We almost need to get used to this at this point, because it's always the case with SpaceX where they start a day and they're like, "Oh, weather does look so great," and it always they find this gap. Like we saw it with Inspiration 4. I'm sorry, with Polaris Dawn, where they where we started the day and it looked horrible, honestly. Like the weather was like not really looking good, and it kind of got worse, and then at some point they just found this gap and magically launched.
And again, even more impressive is the fact that during Polaris Dawn, they had 3 different T0s they could target. This is just one.
Yeah, that's SpaceX. I mean, to be fair, they launch a lot. They probably understand their vehicle very well. They understand the weather very well. That's the one thing you get with launch cadence. You get a better understanding and feeling of your rocket countdown, and they're using that to their absolute advantage. And look at Falcon Heavy demo. I mean, nobody was thinking that thing would launch on that day, and then they found the magic at the end of the window.
Go figure. Yep, it's one of those things which is tough with rockets, because that's one of the things you can't control is weather, and you got to find that gap. That's what we're hoping for here.
Yeah.
Let's see. Jeroen saying, "Let's go Flight 5, Starship." Hopefully that'll be sooner than later. Ben Creasy Vision, what do you see as the future of Dragon post ISS? Ryan, what do you think?
I think it's going to be launching to the Axiom station. It's SpaceX is already very good friends with Vast, who are making their own space station. There'll be other commercial stations such as Starlab, which is a plan to launch in one go on Starship, so maybe Dragon will be sent up to that one. There's a variety of different orbital outposts in development right now, which I think could launch. Dragon could launch too. I doubt this would ever happen, but I'll throw it in because it might happen and could physically happen. The Chinese Tiangong space station and the upcoming Indian space station both use the common docking adapter that Dragon is outfitted with, so technically Dragon could launch to those as well.
Yeah, it is an international docking adapter that is used on all the vehicles now, at least that are US built, so that it's compatible with basically any current and future vehicles that may be built, including Gateway, once that happens, Lunar Gateway, although likely we don't expect to see Dragon going that far out. That would likely be more.
It would be very, very, very difficult for Dragon to get that far out, as we discussed earlier. Never say never, just very, very difficult.
Yeah, that's probably something you're more likely to see with Starship than you would be for Crew Dragon. Taking a beautiful look over at the Cape. Now we are coming up at T-minus 20 minutes and 20 seconds, where we are about to experience what we like to call here the best vent, aka the LOX chill down. And there it is, right on schedule. Adrian, what is this vent?
Stage 2 fuel load is complete.
Well, that is a perfect introduction to what I'm about to explain, because they first load RP1 on the second stage, and then they kind of switch because they have to also load liquid oxygen. And this vent is basically the purge, the preparation of that lines going to the second stage and the chill down for the LOX before they then start LOX load on the second stage, which starts at T-minus 16 minutes. So basically, this is the wrap-up of RP1 loading on the second stage and the transition to liquid oxygen loading on the second stage. We will see a very similar event closer to launch at about T-minus 2 minutes, where they will purge the lines one more time to make sure there's no residue LOX or RP1 in the lines left.
There you go. That helicopter shot was great until the landing leg got in the way, but beautiful
Yeah.
view of that vent.
They're flying away from the pad at the moment, so they need to turn the helicopter around, guys. Come on.
And there's one of the best views that we get of this vent. We normally don't get super awesome up close views at 40, especially. So this is a treat to see it on this strong back here.
Absolutely, and you can totally see when you get the closer shots that it's coming from the strong back. It's not coming from the rocket itself. Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, I was just going to say that the atmospheric conditions today are really helping to sustain the puffiness of that vent. It's a very, very puffy vent today.
I'm glad the puffiness of that vent is sustained.
That is the scientific term, is apparently the puffiness, not the puffiness, but yeah. While we're here, while we have a great view of the strong back, Ryan, what is that giant structure that you see on the left there?
It's essentially how should I describe this? It's like the spine. So it is horizontal. They bring the booster in, they bring the second stage in, they bring the Dragon, hello lady, and then they make that all together on the strong back. Inside of that hangar, which we can see there right at the bottom, they then roll it out to the pad and then rotate 90 degrees vertical, and then that strong back provides all of the different commodities it has. Just look at that. It has so much plumbing inside of there. Provides the RP1, provides liquid oxygen, and provides electrical support as well. And it provides nitrogen to purge the lines. So it provides so much stuff, and it's essentially the backbone of Falcon 9 until the clamps release Falcon 9 and send it into the sky. So it's basically a rocket's best friend. It supports them up until the point where they wave goodbye and launch into space.
Why am I thinking of it now like in an anime type waving goodbye thing? But
There's going to be a Daily Hopper thing about that now, isn't there?
The rocket is Frodo, the strongback is Sam. There you go.
Oh my gosh. But yeah, the strongback super important, and it will get out of the way. It retracts a little bit to begin, starting at 1.8 degrees, and then at liftoff, it will throw back out of the way, retracting any lines that are connected to the vehicles. And we should see the end of that vent coming up in just a few seconds, and if so, that will indicate that the LOX load is underway on
Stage 2 LOX load has started.
There we go.
Perfect timing.
I love that SpaceX right now is really helping us underlining our messages with like perfect callouts.
Not the person that's trying to time it so that they're perfect?
No. Sorry, don't say that, because that seems way more as we would do it. So, always twisted.
Oh, there's always a twist at the end. All right. RC Horseman, thank you for gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Here's a really good question. Since we talked about the crew, we have one astronaut and one cosmonaut. The visualist is asking, do the other astronauts, so in this case Nick, do they speak Russian?
I believe Nick would speak Russian because he flew a Soyuz spacecraft twice. And that Soyuz spacecraft, the software and everything, all the controls and everything, that's all in Russian. And I believe I could be wrong, but I believe all astronauts who've flown to the ISS have learnt Russian in some capacity. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that might be the case. Certainly everyone who's ever flown on Soyuz has definitely had to learn Russian.
You are correct. If you're going to the International Space Station and you are part of an international crew, you are going to have to learn the basics of each of the languages. So the Americans do understand basic Russian, and especially terms needed if they're working, say, on board the Russian side of the space station, and the Russians have a basic understanding of English in the event they need to do something on the US/international side of the station.
And they're going to be communicating with each other all day, right? Because obviously the Russians have their own side of the station and the international partners have their own side of the station, but they're still going to meet each other over meal times and whatnot, so they still want to be able to talk to each other, right? It'd be a bit weird just sitting there having your packed lunch and you have no idea how to communicate with your colleague.
Exactly. You can only say "da" so many times.
And just to confirm that as well, what we just said, the NASA Vita of Nick Hague also confirms that he speaks Russian.
There you go. Here's one, Ryan. I'll put this one to you. J-Ret saying, if the launch escape system is used, is there enough fuel in the Super Draco system to use it as a backup to the parachutes?
I'll be honest, that's something I would want to get confirmed with SpaceX before commenting on it. I would assume once the launch escape has been completed, the Dragon have been used up, and then if the parachutes don't deploy, then it's going to be a very sad end of the day. I won't say that is fact, but if the escape system is not used, then they still have hypergoals in the tank. So I'm not gonna don't quote me on that. That's my assumption for the moment, but that is something I'd rather get a comment from SpaceX on. Nobody asked that yesterday, but that is an interesting thing that I will want to find out in the future.
But we do know now that they can actually propulsively land using those Super Draco thrusters for a normal landing.
Well, define land. I mean, I believe Gerst's official or the technical language he used was that the using the Super Dracos in the event that the parachutes failed. I think the language he used was more it would make the landing or splashdown tolerable. So I think the Dracos make a non-parachute landing from unsurvivable to just survivable, maybe not comfortable. So it'll just depend what systems they have on board.
Exactly. And Elon Musk actually replying to one of your tweets saying that Dragon was always designed to land propulsively, but I didn't want to risk it as the primary method, quote unquote.
Nice for you to slip that in there for me, Sawyer. Thanks very much. Checks in the
You're
mail.
welcome. Of course. All right, now we are coming up on 12 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in the countdown. We could see the two NASA logos there on the second stage. Those are no longer permanently on the first stage, right, Adrian?
Yeah, they changed that. And of course, a certain booster that had that feature. I mean, some people are still sad about that, so I always fear to bring that up with the NASA logo on the first stage. But it's not doing well. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. But yeah, so that is their new thing. That is on that second stage.
Yeah, it's on the second stage.
Yeah. So of that vehicle, there are only two parts that are not reused that you see on screen. And that is the second stage, which has the two NASA logos, and the trunk, which is that black and white part directly underneath the capsule there. The trunk will continue with the capsule, though. Once it gets into space, it will jettison that just before it lands, which as of now, this mission is scheduled to land in February of 2025.
Yep, and the trunk, of course, like it's attached because it's very important in supporting the long duration mission of Dragon, because well, it has some heat and also some power features. So it makes sense that it stays attached because it's very important to support Dragon on long duration mission. Go ahead, Ryan.
I actually have a quick question because I'm not sure. Do we know if they're carrying any cargo in the trunk on this mission? Like, are they bringing up like another IROSA, or do we know if they've got anything? I'm not 100% sure, so I'm just putting this out there. I don't know if any of you or chat has any
Dragon, SpaceX,
ideas.
confirm crew displays are configured for launch.
And SpaceX Freedom, we can confirm our displays are configured for launch. I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank the entire team around the world for your hard work and dedication to get us to this point. Alex and I are ready and honored to represent you and everyone back on Earth. A huge thanks to our families and friends for your unwavering support, and to Crew-9, unbreakable. We go together.
Wonderful words there.
SpaceX copies. You've proven you're ready, Dragon, and we're looking forward to seeing a full capsule at splashdown.
Very well said.
That under 10 minutes.
9.5 to go. Great words there from Commander Nick Hague, as well as response from the Core, which is the SpaceX version of the capsule communicator. Communication Operations Resource Engineer Core. And
There's some beautiful shots from the helicopter through the clouds here.
Yes.
I take that back.
Which, in terms of the weather with those clouds, that is still to be determined. Everything had been trending in the right direction. The percent go as of this moment remains at 65% go, with concerns for clouds, winds, and potential rain in the area. So they are going to be able to take this down pretty close to the T-minus 1 minute mark, at which point they will be able to decide on the weather. At T-minus 45 seconds is when we get the official go for launch. If the weather is still red at that time, they can say no go, but that would be the only attempt for today.
Yep.
And
from what we hear, it's trending positive, and it expects to be green. Is that the right way to say it?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Expected to be green at liftoff, hopefully, or at least trending that way. And to answer that question about the trunk, there is no cargo that we know of in the trunk. They did, I believe, bring some up to add a little bit of weight to the seats in place of Butch and Sunny, who will be coming down on the capsule. In case you're unaware, this is a crew of 2, Nick Hague and Aleksandr Gorbunov. The other 2 crew members arrived at the ISS aboard the Boeing Starliner capsule on the crew flight test. That is Sunito Sonny Williams and Barry Butch Wilmore. They will be taking the other 2 seats on this Crew Dragon home in February. We are coming up now on 7.5 minutes. At 7 minutes is when we chill down the engines of the Merlin 1D vacuum, or the Merlin 1D engines, excuse me. Ryan, what's the engine chill down for?
It's essentially to make sure the engines are ready to accept the fuel, because fuel is cold. Engines are not cold. And if you put something that's really, really cold into something that's not really, really cold, there can be some shock in there. And
Stage 1 engine chill has started.
There we go, there's the call. The materials that make up the engine, they won't have a very happy day. So by chilling down the engine first, the engine materials themselves will actually be ready to accept the colder propellant before it then gets turned into really, really hot propellant and then thrown out the back of the rocket.
There you go. And those engines will stay lit for about 2.5 minutes. And they will then also be reignited a couple of times, both for a boost back burn to bring the booster back towards Cape Canaveral Space Force Station for a landing. It will also have an entry burn as it enters the atmosphere, and then a landing burn where hopefully that first stage booster will land at LZ-1 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station to be used again. Meanwhile, the crew will continue on their way up towards the International Space Station, taking an
Stage 1 fuel load is complete.
That's good.
So far good with the fueling there. Everything on time as we hit under 6 minutes. But at that point, yes, they will continue to the ISS. That second stage will actually be destroyed and burnt up at a later date. So everything proceeding as planned. T-minus 5.5 minutes. Everything appears to be looking good so far, Adrian.
Yeah, absolutely. We might just be 5.5 minutes away from this pad launching Crew. And Slick 40 entering the operational stage here for the Crew launch rotation of SpaceX. It's going to be interesting how they use that additional wiggle room and capacity in the future in terms of being able to switch pads and maybe having a Falcon Heavy, giving the ability to reconvert Falcon Heavy on 39A. Because of course, Falcon 9
tanks are pressurizing for strongback retract.
From pad 40.
Dragon in configure for terminal count.
There we go. Configured for terminal count. The final 5 minutes here.
Yes, the Dragon is ready for its terminal count. The booster itself enters the terminal count, so to speak, entering startup at T-minus 1 minute when the onboard computers take control of the flight. But for now, that strongback we were talking about earlier is now moving away from the vehicle. You can kind of see it at the top there. It's not moving far. This is a whole 1.8 degrees. Ryan, why is it only moved 1.8 degrees?
They don't need to move it all the way straight away. So this this strongback design, after the last strongback got destroyed, they only put it back a little bit, but then they'll throw it back all the way when the rocket needs to launch. So this way the strongback stays closer to the Falcon in the event that they don't launch. So yeah, Slick 40 definitely has some history behind the pad before it's launched. The Titan vehicle, Titan 3C, Commercial Titan 3, Titan 34D, Titan 4, now Falcon 9, but never Crew. So, 3.5 minutes to go now. This is really the icing on the cake for this pad here. I'm very excited.
Yes. You can see a little bit of a wobble there, it looks like, on Falcon 9, but again, it is held down with clamps to the pad that will release at T0. So.
Yep, a bit of wobble there can happen. Don't panic.
Exactly. That's a good way to put it. So far, everything going according to plan. Coming up on 3 minutes to go.
Less than 200 seconds.
The next things that we'll keep an ear out for should be the fuel loading on the rest of the rocket being completed. You'll hear one of those callouts at 2.5 minutes, and another one, I believe, at about 90 seconds. And once the rocket is fully fueled, then we will be just a little over a minute away from launch.
Stage 1 LOX load is complete.
There we go. Liquid
Dragon
oxygen
in
loading
terminal count and on internal power.
So there is liquid oxygen completely loaded now in the first stage. In addition, the Dragon capsule now on internal power and already in the terminal count.
Yep, the rocket's basically fully fueled now and just pressing the flight pressure for flight. But this rocket is loaded and go. Oh, sorry, still stage 2. Sorry.
Yeah, prop load should wrap up in about 10 seconds.
And you'll also notice that not just from the callout, but from a visual indicator as well. Let's wait for T-minus 2 minutes.
Any second. Look at that.
Stage 2 LOX load is complete.
There we go.
And there we go. And we'll see one more vent
Dragon
coming
in
out
auto
of
idle.
T. Very quickly, Adrian, what is that vent?
Oh, that vent is basically just purging the lines of the
has
TE.
started. Expect loud venting.
There we go. Because that TE, of course, until recently transported rocket propellant, and you don't want to have residue rocket propellant in your TE to set that on fire. So, there you go.
Yep, final purge of the lines. Clear it all out. 75 seconds to go. The next thing that we will listen for is the Falcon 9 tanks pressuring to flight levels, and Falcon 9 entering startup, so the onboard computer is taking control at T-minus 1 minute.
FDS is armed, Falcon 9 is in startup and is now controlling.
Dragon in countdown.
There we go. The next we should be getting, hopefully, a go for launch at T-minus 45 seconds. Keep an ear out on the net.
Freedom, SpaceX. Go for launch.
We have a go for
Freedom
launch.
is go for launch.
Obviously, weather improved. Coming up now,
T-minus
T-minus
30
30
seconds.
seconds. We will let you listen into the launch once it happens. I promise we will be quiet for that part at least. Coming up now on 20 seconds. You'll notice at the
15
base
seconds.
of the rocket, there will be a green flash of T-Teb, which is used to ignite the engines.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Engines full power. And liftoff of Crew-9. Go SpaceX, go Falcon, go NASA.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
Stage 1 Alpha.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Copy, 1 Alpha.
Power and telemetry nominal.
Stage 1 throttle down.
Max Q.
Maximum aerodynamic
Vehicle
pressure in
is
the
supersonic.
Stage 1 throttle up.
There we go. Vehicle through max Q, through maximum pressure on the vehicle.
Stage 1 Bravo.
And these calls are the abort
Copy, 1
zones
Bravo.
when they.
Exactly. If they were to need to abort, those are the different splashdown areas that they could get to.
MVAC chill is underway.
And that was the final abort zone for stage 1. Next up, when they get to stage 2, there'll be 5 different abort zones, 2 Alpha through to Echo.
And that engine chill on the second stage, Merlin vacuum engine underway, same as they did for the 9 main Merlin 1D engines. So MVAC chill underway. Again, you can see the curve as it starts heading northeast towards its date with the International Space Station. We'll be coming up on 3 events in rapid succession here, by the way. First will be MECO, main engine cutoff.
Stage 1 is throttling down.
There we go, the throttle down for that. Then we will have separation of the first and second stages, and then that will be followed by the ignition of that Merlin vacuum engine, or Stage 2 SES.
MECO.
Stage separation confirmed.
Stage 2 Alpha.
MVAC ignition.
Copy, 2 Alpha.
And
you
there
can
we
see
go.
the Earth at the interstage. That's
And
a
now the boost
beautiful
back
shot.
burn.
Look at that boost back burn.
Falcon 9's first
Wonderful
stage, slowing itself
And
down.
you can see the second stage from the first stage. Look at that.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. And there it goes. Bye-bye.
And that is the burn that is now getting the first stage back towards Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, which is where it is set to land. This is not a drone ship landing. This will be a land landing. So far, all looking good. It appears that the data that we see on screen, I believe that is second stage data.
Yes.
So that is what you see on the right side of your screen. That is the second stage Crew Dragon, and the 2 humans are on top of that. And on the left side of your screen, that is the booster now heading back. For people may be wondering, what is that flash there, Ryan, and what is that stuff that's kind
Dragon,
of falling
SpaceX,
away?
nominal trajectory.
So these intermediate flashes we're seeing, that's
Freedom
the
copy is
thrusters.
nominal trajectory.
These are the thrusters which are orientating the first stage when it's in the near vacuum environment at its current altitude. So the grid fins, as we could see, were starting to deploy. They're not actually useful until the booster gets to the thicker parts of the atmosphere. So SpaceX uses these thrusters, these gas thrusters, in order to orient the vehicle as it begins to target Cape Canaveral there. So, and we could see a little bit of stuff floating about. That's usually just ice that's We see it around the first stage and around the second stage. The liquid oxygen inside, very, very cold. You'll find some little remnants of some oxygen or different bits of frost like that every so often, just floating around.
And as we look at that second stage, full-size Merlin vacuum engine there, what's that stuff that looks like tin foil there, Adrian?
Dragon,
For those
SpaceX,
wondering
nominal
what's normal.
trajectory.
Yeah, that's just some insulation foil.
Freedom
It's actually
copy,
really...
nominal trajectory.
There we go. It's just some heat like insulation foil because you have a lot of thermal management you have to perform there. So if that like has some holes or if that moves, that's normal. Don't be afraid of that. It happens.
Yeah, that pulsing is fine.
Yep, that's expected.
And there is the first
And we
stage
have
on
visual.
the left side. First stage coming back to land, Cape Canaveral. Next up will be the entry burn at about T plus 6 minutes and 17 seconds. That is when we will have one of the engines ignite to help slow itself down again.
Wow, and we can even see the cold gas thrusters firing from the ground. This is an incredible tracking shot.
What a view.
That entry burn will look
Dragon,
gorgeous from here
SpaceX,
now.
nominal trajectory.
Freedom copy, nominal trajectory.
That's what we want to hear. Everything proceeding on course exactly as expected. Should be about 10 seconds away from that entry burn. Which, Ryan, what is the point of that entry burn and how does it work?
To fight fire with fire. And here it is.
Look at that. It's like a flame shield.
Exactly.
Basically, Falcon 9 can't survive entry by itself, so it needs some support from its engines in order to slow down. And we can actually see here the vehicle starting to aerodynamically steer itself. Believe it or not, this booster actually produces a little bit of lift, and it's now using this to steer itself towards Cape Canaveral. It doesn't actually target Cape Canaveral until the very end, as we saw on CRS-16, in the event that there is some sort of anomaly which does not allow the booster to safely land at landing zone 1.
Right, it will steer itself
Dragon,
just off the
SpaceX,
coast.
nominal trajectory.
They're now fighting the
Freedom
aerodynamics. Look
copy,
at
nominal
that.
trajectory.
Beautiful. We are now just about a few seconds away from the reignition of the engines one last time to land the vehicle at LZ1.
Bit of unusual here. The landing burn for this will be 131 since they use the optimized landing profile.
There we go. There's ignition.
That's the 3. That's the 1.
And landing like deploy. And
That looks like a smooth touchdown to me. Beautiful.
touchdown.
Stage 2, FTS has
1085.
safed.
Successfully landing back at LZ1.
And we could hear those sonic booms as well from our microphones with
That
Max
was
and
D
D.
shot.
Yeah,
Shout
that
to
was
D
incredible.
Wise. The tracking on that. Beautiful.
That was
Right at the very
crazy.
end. Yes, I should point out the landing shot, just to be sure.
Yeah, that landing
Right
shot
before,
right
yeah.
before touchdown, like basically the last few meters of flying, that was D. That was not like a SpaceX or NASA camera. That was D.
And we should have about 35 more seconds left in this burn. Again, all times
Terminal
are
guidance.
approximate, as it's the onboard computers that make the decisions of how long to burn. Terminal guidance getting towards the end of this burn here.
Got about 20-ish second or 20
About
seconds
5.
left.
Shannon,
Copy,
And
Shannon.
you could hear that call out there. For Shannon, that means Shannon Island. I believe that would be the final abort zone in the event
Correct.
that they needed to abort.
Exactly. So we should get that shut down any second now.
And vac shutdown.
There we go.
Crew is in space. Godspeed, Crew-9.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal orbit insertion.
and freedom
good.
copy,
Nominal is
nominal
good.
orbital insertion.
Dragon, SpaceX, launch escape system disarmed.
Freedom copies, LES disarmed.
inside the second stage, looking up at the base of the capsule. Next up will be the separation of Dragon from that second stage in about 2.5 minutes from now.
Yeah, we could see there was nothing in the trunk, so that answers my question from earlier. That trunk is empty, and will just be serving its purpose as a solar generation and thermal radiator.
All right, let's see if we see a zero-G indicator.
Yep. Is there something floating around? I mean, we see zero-G already.
Yep, we saw the
There's
fist
a
bump
fist
there,
bump
too.
there. Yep.
Quite enjoying it, it seems.
Yes. You could see their the cables coming off of their tablets there starting to float a little bit, too.
Mm-hmm. I can't see anything yet. Trying to look. Hopefully something just flies past the camera very slowly.
Yeah, it's one of these moments where like, oh, is there no zero-G indicator? And then like, I don't know, like a giant hot dog plushie just flies by.
Which, that is not an official one. That is just the speculation. That's not real. Just
yeah, that
pointing
was
out.
just me. That was just my brain being like, yep, that's what I would find funny.
Again, next will be the separation, and then you will have the deployment of the cover on the nose, basically, of the vehicle. That will reveal a bunch of sensitive equipment that's needed for the rendezvous. It'll reveal a couple thrusters there, and most importantly, the docking port that they will use to dock to the International Space Station. That should be coming up in about a little over a minute now.
You can see the reflection of the Earth on the foil of the second stage.
Absolutely beautiful. Again, there's inside that second stage. You see the cover there protecting the heat shield. Dragon sitting in it like a nest almost. So far, so good. 200 kilometers up, traveling at orbital velocity.
30 seconds to sep.
You can see them testing out the zero-G bit sometimes. The hands are now resting in their comfortable positions.
Again, Nick Hague on the right has been to space before. This is the first flight for Aleksandr Gorbunov, who was on the left there. All right, T plus 12 minutes. Standing by for that separation of the Crew Dragon Freedom.
There it goes.
Beautiful.
Dragon SpaceX, Dragon separation confirmed.
Good flight, Freedom.
And Freedom copies, good separation.
See if
Dragon, Chief Engineer on countdown 1. Nick, Alex, on behalf of the entire team, we thank you for flying with Falcon 9 today and wish you a great mission.
And Freedom, this is Launch Director on countdown. On behalf of the entire SpaceX Launch and Recovery team, I'd like to extend our congratulations to the entire Crew-9 team. Zena, Stephanie, Nick, Alex, Butch, and Sunny. It's an honor to be a part of this mission with all of you. I'd also like to give a shout out to the Falcon 9 Crew-9 combo. The best bundle in the league, baby. Godspeed, Crew-9.
Couldn't say it any better. Thank you guys. We had the opportunity to meet so many people that were involved with the Falcon 9, and along the way was a sweet ride. I'm pretty sure my youngest son would say it was Sigma. Alex has got a few words to add as well.
All the entities that made this launch possible. Roscosmos, NASA, Big SpaceX. And thank you to my family and friends for their support. And also I'd like to express my gratitude to the hundreds of thousands of people around the world who are involved in the development of space technologies and to move humanity forward. Today's launch is also their accomplishment. Хочу сказать спасибо Роскосмосу, НАСА совместно со SpaceX за успешный запуск человека на орбиту, за очередной успешный запуск, и также благодарить родных и близких за поддержку. Спасибо.
There we go. Some good words there from Nick Hague, and then also some words in both English and Russian from Aleksandr Gorbunov, the cosmonaut. we have replays coming, folks, so stay tuned. We've got some great views that Nick Hague's son might also call Sigma.
Oh God, sorry, not you as well.
I had to mention it. I couldn't be the only one to have heard that.
I was going to acknowledge it, but I daren't say the word.
Oh boy. But yes, that was quite a unique message there. The thank you, and always like hearing him. Thank you for flying with SpaceX.
Dragon SpaceX, we had a nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts. Nose cone deploy is in progress.
And Freedom copies all. Thank you.
So the nose cone about to open up, as we mentioned, that has a lot of the radar equipment that is used to dock with the International Space Station for help with range and all of that. That's also where the docking port is located for when they do dock to the ISS in about 28 hours from now. The crew will be able to actually see that on their screens there. Very likely what they're doing, tapping to get a view from inside of the nose cone.
And I was just looking at the graphic that SpaceX brought up there. Dragon's about to go over my house, but I don't think it's dark enough yet, unfortunately, to be able to spot it.
I don't think so either, based off of that view there. But again, gorgeous views from that second stage.
Oh, and the clouds.
Oh yeah, that. England, right?
Yep.
There we go, proceeding. It sounded like they had a great ride, though. Everything going well. Next up, again, just that opening of the nose cone, and then they will begin their cruise to the station. But I didn't see any zero-G indicator on this one, interestingly.
Yeah, I really think there is none.
Maybe Butch and Sunny are the zero-G indicators.
Maybe the zero-G indicator, the friends we made along the way.
They have been zero-G indicating for quite some time now on the ISS.
I mean, yeah, that is true. Also of note, interesting that the SpaceX team also acknowledging the two crew members that were scheduled to fly but did not get to fly on this mission so that they could make room for Butch and Sunny to return. So I thought that was really nice that they also mentioned Zena Cardman and Stephanie Wilson, which they will now re-enter the pool, by the way, to be selected for a future flight to the station.
Yeah, unlike what you may have heard, they are not flying on Crew-10, but they will be eligible for future missions. And I don't know how it actually works within NASA, but I imagine there may be some favoritism to make sure they actually get to fly after being told they were going to fly and then they can't fly. And then, I'd be a little bit bummed if I was told I was going to fly and then I can't. But these are professional astronauts.
Yeah, it's worth noting, by the way, I can say that the originally scheduled commander of the mission posting some very nice words about it on Instagram, saying, handing the helm to Nick is both heartbreaking and an honor. They are truly an excellent team, and they'll be ready to step up. I only wish Stephanie, Nick, Alex, and I could fly together, but we chose without hesitation to be part of something much larger than ourselves. Just some nice words there from the original commander of the mission, Zena Cardman, who was set to make their first flight into space. We are working on getting some awesome replays as they continue to deploy the nose cone there. So
in the meantime, we've got some even better views from Dragon. I mean, how can you beat this? Just incredible views from the second stage.
Yeah. And like they said, in terms of the combo with Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Best of the best there, right? What was the wording that they used?
I'm not saying it.
It wasn't that word. But yeah, there is the nose cone on the left side of the screen. You could see it moving. You may remember from Polaris Dawn, that is where they had the Skywalker, or the part that they used when they were doing the extravehicular activity, the EVA. That one actually had its docking port removed for that specific purpose, although prior to that it was used for Inspiration 4, which had a cupola.
Yeah, that Dragon was modified quite a bit so far.
Mm-hmm. What while we have a moment and we wait to get that video back, hopefully, of that nose cone opening, Titan 3C, ironic given the Launchpad. Thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Sheriff Tracy, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. D, I don't think it's RD though, gifting a Red Team membership. Shay, saying, are the Starliner crew SpaceX suits aboard or were they already sent up? Well, one is up there and one is now on its way. There's the
See
view
the
from
nose opening there?
Yes. The clamshell type, or not clamshell, excuse me, the clamp opening there.
Yeah.
Proper Funny asking, do we have pictures of the recovery vessel at Shannon? Don't think we do, and it is not Shannon at Shannon, I don't believe.
No. That doesn't make things confusing whatsoever, so no. It's Megan and Shannon remain around the Florida area. However, SpaceX is going to be moving recovery to the West Coast next year, so it'll be interesting to see how the fleet stacks up then.
Right. The next one, though, Crew 8, which is currently aboard the ISS. They will help orient the Crew-9 crew once they arrive, and then Crew 8 will splash down off of one of the coasts of Florida, either the east coast of Florida or the west coast of Florida, where they will have, as you mentioned, one of the 2 vessels stationed on each side. And whichever has the best weather is where they return to. And Anonymous Mycologist, thank you as well for the support there. Talking about the Boeing part of the mission there. Again, Butch and Sunny will be joining the crew for the return in February. Right now, Nick and Alex on their way to the ISS.
Everything going great so far.
Oh, there we
see the sky.
Oh, Dragon SpaceX, we had a nominal nose cone opening. We do have just about 3 minutes here left in the ground station pass. If you've got any fluffy stowaways you'd like to introduce.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
Good copies, good Draco checkout, good nose cone opening. And I just so happen to have a furry friend with me.
Let's see the 0G indicator.
Let's see what it is.
Quick, before they run out of ground station coverage.
We see it.
SpaceX Freedom. So yeah, I've got a in here. I love the package of Falcon 9 Crew-9. Yeah, we've got a Falcon on board with us. This one's a multi-flyer though. On my first flight with Alexei and I, and with Alexei and I and Christina, and now Alex. So say hello to Aurora.
Aw,
there's Aurora.
And we see her, Dragon. Actually, a good view right now because we're looking at the display cam.
That's wonderful.
There you go. Did they say that was a penguin, or was that a falcon?
And Dragon delayed call, but nominal TCS reconfiguration as well as forward bulkhead Draco checkouts.
I think that's at Falcon.
Freedom copies, good TCS, good Draco checkouts.
Of course, it cut out right as he was saying what it was. A reminder, in addition to the replays coming up, you'll also be able to see pictures from our team as well as some of the remote cameras that they set around the launch pad on our social channels. So if you're not already, make sure you check out. We are on X, Instagram, Facebook, you name it, we're there. And hopefully we'll get you some awesome video and things from close up to the pad and other items from our team, in addition to the replays that we're working on getting for you here right now. And yes, that is Aurora the Falcon on a Falcon 9 on its second flight to space, it sounds like, or multi-flight, we should say, given its previous space flight with Nick and a different cosmonaut when they flew on Soyuz.
So the first Falcon who flew with 11... Not going down the rabbit hole.
Yes, but now we have a Falcon on Falcon at least. I promise the replays. See him there. In the view from at the press site. There we go. Get some awesome views of this. Let's see the liftoff here. One of the cameras at, it's like 40.
For those of you wondering, I did just have a look out my window. Unfortunately, it's still a bit too bright, but Dragon is currently heading for Eastern Europe and Turkey, so if you're there, have a look outside.
In the meantime, we continue to take a look at our different looks here of launch. Great sound to the single feed it was provided us, so I know it's only left sound. That's how it was provided to NSF. Here's a view from one of our tracking cameras. It's amazing how it was able to thread the needle with the weather, right, Adrian?
Yeah, it's absolutely impressive. We were doubting, but we shouldn't have doubted. It really worked out as well, and yeah, so far looking like a good mission. And Falcon 9 did its job.
Yes.
Dragon SpaceX for burn briefing.
Freedom's with you.
Dragon, ground has pulled go for the upcoming far phase burn in about 20 minutes. And then I do have some notes for you about comm coverage during that period when you're ready to copy.
SpaceX still talking with the crew as we see the replay from our tracking camera on the left. We'll see if they...
We're go for the burn coming up in 18 minutes and 50 seconds, and we're ready to copy.
Okay, Dragon, we are expecting to lose our TDRS coverage at 1753 Zulu. That's in about 8 minutes. Ground will not have TDRS coverage during the far burn. We're expecting to pick up coverage again at 1810 Zulu. How copy so far?
And Dragon copies, we're going to be LOS from 1753 to 1810.
That's good readback, Dragon. We will have some ground station coverage just prior to the burn, so we will be able to hear calls from you, but not make calls up to you. And then one last note about suit doffing. Once the far burn is complete with a nominal burn, you have a go for suit doffing per 4.012. And we'll be taking cameras external before this TDRS pass expires. How copy?
Copy that you're going to have some ground station coverage just prior to the burn, so you're going to be able to hear us but not talk to us. We'll be AOS for that TDRS, but after the far field phasing burn, we're going to step into suit doffing. We're expecting you to take cameras external before we start doffing suits.
That's all a good readback, Dragon.
For those wondering, by the way, doff is taking off their suits. So that is why they're talking about taking the cameras external so they can undress. And some awesome replays here. Again, our tracking team over at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station side getting some fantastic views. There we go. Absolutely stunning. And
Dragon, no response required. Cameras are external.
there's the sound.
Good copies, thank you.
That audio just chef's kiss. A look at tracking from our team, Cape Canaveral Space Force Station side. And these are being manually tracked, by the way. Let's listen into the sound on this one, too. Beautiful sound on that. My goodness, the crackle. Absolutely amazing. And we do have slow-mo replay in works, folks, too. So for those of you that know the DY's slow-mo lore, it's coming. I have a feeling it may include some
7,
landing views in
6,
slow-mo.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Engines full power. And liftoff of Crew-9. Go SpaceX, go Falcon, go NASA.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
Stage 1 Alpha.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Copy, 1 Alpha.
Oh, look at that chopper view. That's amazing. Also interesting, you could see in that view, and I saw someone pointing out about the crew access arm of why is it not retracted in advance, but instead right after launch there. Ryan, you want to take that one?
Telemetry nominal.
Yeah, so this allows SpaceX to reattach the arm quicker in the event that they need to evacuate the crew before they launch. So, you know, it's just basic physics. If your access arm is 90 degrees away, it's going to take longer to reattach to Dragon than if it's 45 degrees away.
There you go.
Supersonic.
Also, great view overlooking the Cape, although it's a little high up. I wish we had a closer views of flyover of the Cape. Oh, wait, we do. If you check out on the NSF YouTube channel, by the way, we just did a KSC flyover, taking a look at some of the awesome sites at KSC, including Pad 40, including everything at the port, and Blue Origin, SpaceX, you name it, we got it. So definitely check that out if you haven't on the channel. Oh, the onboard views there, absolutely beautiful. Well, we're about 10-ish minutes away from the phase burn that they were talking about to help get them on track. Adrian, what exactly is a phase burn?
Well, they're starting to raise their orbit because Dragon is not fully aligned yet where it needs to be to catch up with the ISS. So what they are now basically doing is playing a bit of game of catch up, where they will start to raise the orbit and raise the orbit of Dragon step by step and catch up to the ISS in their profile as planned. And that takes a bit of time. And the phase burn is basically one of the first step here to raise their orbit.
Yeah, second stage and Dragon is currently overhead Yemen. The International Space Station is just underneath, just south of Tasmania. So they've got a little bit of catching up to do to the International Space Station.
It's a little, yeah. Again, those awesome replays now. 35 and a half minutes later, it was still absolutely stunning. A flawed perspective with a good question. Adrian, does Dragon do burns during sleep periods?
I remember correctly, the crews waked up for the burns, right? Like, I only remember it because we did the whole demo 2, like, I watched the whole thing for demo 2, and back then I at least remember that the crew was, like, woken up every time they do a burn. But
I believe now at
maybe...
this point they don't
Okay.
anymore. I think that was just the first flight.
Yeah. So that I was not fully up to date there. But I remember they did back then. We woke them up.
Yep. So now they are woken up though. Or not woken up, excuse me. Let's see. Also, Gina G with a great question. Is the sound we just heard on that replay a good representation of how it sounds in real life? I'll take that one. Yes. Absolutely yes. There's nothing like the physical feel of it though, because you get that vibration in your chest, it shakes you. Very different from just hearing it, but the sound itself is very close to it.
Imagine hearing that sound, but also being pounded in the chest multiple times per second. And you're I'd say you're probably about 85-90% of the way there.
Yeah, it's awesome.
And then the ground shaking beneath you as well. So
Oh,
it's
yeah,
a
that
very, to simulate this, you'd be going through so much effort, you might as well just go watch a rocket launch.
Yeah, it's true. Although, admittedly, the shuttle launch experience is pretty darn good as well. Although I have not flown on shuttle, it was a lot of fun too.
You certainly know many people who have, though.
That is true. As your diamond with the question, when are they arriving at the ISS? Adrian, when do they arrive?
So that's according to the latest schedule, and of course, everything with that schedule is always about to, like, they can adjust. But the docking right now is planned for. Oh, I need to do this in time zones. September 29, which is Sunday, and if I'm not mistaken, here 5:27 p.m. Eastern. I hope I got my time zone correct.
You did.
Nice.
Yep, that is 5:30 Eastern, which is 4:30 in Houston time when they do that.
Or 21:30 UTC.
Oh yeah, that too. Well, we do have D Slow-Mo coming up, which I want to thank our team out at the Cape, by the way, today for their fantastic coverage. D-Wise, amazing work with the camera work, as always. Thank you for rolling out. And a shout out as well to Max Evans, also with some of that great footage, both for tracking and photography coming as well. Make sure you check out both of their social channels. Some awesome stuff coming from them. I mean, absolutely beautiful views. Got a tease of one of Max's that he just posted on social. It is so good. And Julia Bergeron also rolling out earlier in the stream for NSF as well. So big shout out to the Cape team for their amazing work as always. And I got to thank the people behind the scenes that were also getting these views to you. Kevin Michael Reed, thank you for your work as always, along with Jay Keegan, both behind the scenes, helping to bring these fantastic views to you. And look at that shot, by the way, from Max. You can see his socials in the top right there. Check him out. Look at that amazing launch shot. It's so clear you can see the meatball. That is absolutely amazing.
Wonderful work, Max.
Yes. Great job to Max. And again, a shout out to the team there. Julia also earlier. We had her on comms. Some fantastic work here from our team. Absolutely love them. And thank you again to, as we mentioned, behind the scenes here. We have Jay Keegan.
I think the fiber feeds just cut out, Sawyer.
I think so too. I promise I didn't say any bad words. But yes, thank you, Jay and Kevin.
You were trying to say that S word that Nick Hague just said. That's what you were trying to do, Sawyer.
No, of course not. What the Oh no, I won't. Ryan Caden, thank you for joining us.
You're very welcome, Sawyer. Das just said in chat, okay, I'm awake.
And deaf, yeah.
And deaf.
And thank you, Adrian Vile, as well, for joining.
Thanks for having me. That was these 5 hours flew by.
Was that 5 hours?
It was. Yes, we are now talking with each other for 5 hours.
Goodness gracious. Well, I have been your host, Sawyer Rosenstein, through all of this. So thank you, everyone, for joining us. We have some gorgeous slow motion video here from D-Wise to send you out with. Congratulations, Crew-9, now officially on their way to the ISS, marking the first ever crew launch from Space Launch Complex 40 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Godspeed freedom. Go SpaceX. Go Crew Dragon. Goodbye.
And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
RS-68 chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger, off.
It's orange!
145!
Oh my god! Oh my god! Decollage! Put that in the big bag, Jingle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
The methane will be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes! You dead? Sure. We don't need any more of these.